the Board of Supervisors. Today we're honored and privileged to have the President of the National Baptist Convention of America Incorporated here with us, and we'll ask him to honor us with a invocation and prayer. Reverend Samuel Talbert.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, for your love, your mercy, and your grace, for bringing us together for the business of this institution. We lift up Southern University system and all of its campuses, chancellors, our president, the board members, our faculty, our students, and the Jaguar Nation. Pray your grace upon us that this institution would exist for a long time and transforming minds that are transforming the communities around them and the world. We pray that you would grant us wisdom in these deliberations, that what we do will lead to a better and a stronger Southern. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to the Chair of the Academic Affairs Committee.
Chair, the Academic Affairs Committee is now called to order. May I have a roll call, Mr. Secretary? Here.
Mr. Clayton, Reverend Gant, Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Small, Reverend Tolbert, Ms. Denbo, that's a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Been moved and seconded. Without any vote in favor? Opposed? So have it. Item number 4, public comments. At this time, we'd like to invite any member of the audience who wishes to make some comments. Dr. Miller.
Chair Parker. Good morning. My name is Tom Miller. I'm the President of the Faculty Senate for SUBR. And I'd like to just congratulate those members of our faculty who are being recommended for endowed professorships. And as I understand it, the funds for these professorships is provided by the Board of Regents, and it's to recognize those faculty members on our campus who are doing outstanding work. And so I just like to go on the record to say that we recognize the good work that these folks are doing, and we give them a hearty congratulations.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Dr. Miller. I also want to point out that those funds you referred to from the Board of Supervisors, Board of Regents, is also matched by funds from other private interests. And when you look at the names of the titles of these positions, you'll see the various companies.
I apologize. Yes.
Thank you so very much. Any other comments? I will leave. Let's move on to item 5, action items. A, letter of intent to develop a new academic program at SUNO. Dr. Upolo.
Good morning. Lisa, good morning. This has been something that we've been working on for months, trying to establish a Bachelor of Science program in nursing in New Orleans based on the workforce need of our region, and of which obviously the governor and the state have designated New Orleans as a health care corridor. As a result, we have a new hospital that is just came up in New Orleans East, which the CEO actually sent a letter in support of this nursing program, including the mayor's office, indicating the need for nurses in our region. As such, my faculty took heed to that shortage and approached me that they would like to establish the curriculum for it, and they've been discussing that for months. Eventually went through the curriculum committee, reviewed, passed by the committee, and of course approved by me, forwarded to the president so that we can seek your approval this morning to move forward with this need for our region. So I would appreciate your review and approval this morning of this program.
You heard Dr. Upolo's explanation. Any discussion? And a motion to approve? Been properly moved and seconded. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So have it. Action item B, letter of intent to establish academic programs at Sussex. Dr. Belton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have before you this morning a request to approve 2 associate degrees and 4 certificate programs that evolved from the academic community, and they also represent programs that were driven by the needs of business and industry in Northwest Louisiana. Interestingly enough, in all cases, we already have a targeted population who are interested in pursuing these degree programs. As well, in most cases, with the exception of one, you know, the dollars to support these programs are being realized internally by individuals on our faculty and staff who have the wherewithal and qualifications to facilitate these programs. So the cost of the university is minimal. I should also just say that this is the first that we're launching. These will be the first round of programs that we will bring to this board for consideration. We anticipate bringing some additional programs next month for your consideration if indeed you find favor in this request.
Thank you, Dr. Belton. You heard his explanation. Any discussion? Yes.
Dr. Belton, somewhat related to your letter of intent. You know, I've asked you several times to at least start the process technology degree, but I'm reading here the chair lady and the president were going back and forth about this WISE funding, and I'm reading here it says 80% of the funds, the WISE funds, are to be used to produce graduates in higher workforce demand areas. Well, process technology doesn't get higher than that. Mr. President, I guess the question goes to you and the Chancellor. Can we use some of this WISE money for him to implement a process technology program? And 2, will the WISE money be recurring, or is it one-time amount of money?
Well, my understanding is the WISE money is not reoccurring, but the president has asked all of us to develop a concept paper with regard to how we want to based on what we would like to implement in terms of program and supported through the WISE dollars. And process technology is one of those programs that we would like to seek funding for through WISE. I should say to you that if all goes well, we would hope to bring a letter of intent to develop a process technology before this board next month. I can speak more about it next month, but we have had some very productive discussions with a potential partner in Shreveport who has expressed their willingness to support a process technology program in Northwest Louisiana. And that gives us confidence at this point to maybe bring that program forth. But certainly, dollars secured through the WISE fund will establish a strong foundation for us to develop that program.
Thank
you. Any further comments? Second. Been moved and seconded that we approve the letter of intent for these programs. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So have it. Action item C, approval of endowed professorships, SUBR. Chancellor?
Yes, sir. Good morning. The endowed professorships have been approved by the appropriate university officials, the chairs, the deans, and the vice chancellor for academic affairs. And this morning we have requested your approval.
Second? Is that a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Been moved and seconded that we approve these endowed professorships at SUBR. Those in favor, let them know by aye. Those opposed? So have it.
Question.
Yes,
Mr. Chair. To Dr. Mason, are these 14 these the only endowed professorships we have on the entire campus of the entire university?
I don't think so. Some are already in place, and these are the additions to the ones that are already in place.
Dr. Tarver, does the donor, can he donate and dictate as to who shall receive his endowed
No,
professorship?
they don't participate in that process. It's purely done by the respective department where it's placed.
Thank
you. Any further discussion? Move to item 6, information item, new grad act measures, SULC, Law Center. Senator Pitcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to bring the board up on what's happening at the Law Center with regards to our having failed the grad act, but we are in the process of adding in new performance measures that will in turn ensure future passage. As you know, we only missed the mark by 0.8 of 1 point. We appealed that decision to the Board of Regents. The Board of Regents staff thought that our appeal had merit. However, they chose not to, the board itself chose not to grant the appeal, but gave us an opportunity to add in additional performance measures that would enhance our ability to pass at the next iteration of the grading cycle. We were instructed to get together with the LSU Law School, which we did, Chancellor Jack Weiss and I, and some of our vice chancellors, to in turn come up with performance measures that both schools could agree upon. Actually, the two, and we did this primarily because the law schools only had 4 measures under the student success portion of the GRAD Act, whereas other universities and colleges had anywhere from 6 to 7. The more you have, the better the odds are that you could pass. When you have only 4 and you missed a mark, it would end up causing you to fail. So they suggested that we add 2 additional, and we have come up with those 2. And the Board of Regents has already passed off on these 2 at their last meeting, and the finalization of this will take place at the Board of Regents meeting this coming Regents meeting. So we just wanted to let you know that we've been proactive in terms of taking care of business with the grad act.
What's the effective date? If it passes at the board meeting, how early will these this criteria be?
It will be for 5 and 6, year 5 and 6.
Which is what years are we talking about?
Are we talking about this fiscal year and next fiscal year? This is
this fiscal year ending in June.
Right.
So that's 13, 14?
13, 14.
And 14, 15.
Right.
Okay. Any other?
14, 15, 15, 16.
Okay.
The 2 additional measures, number 1, total number of 2nd and 3rd year students enrolled in live client and externship programs, live clinical courses. The clinic, we've been in the clinic business for 40 years, and consequently, that's an easy thing for us to do. We have students who gravitate to the clinics quite heavily, and so that will be a very easy one for us to meet. The other one is the total number of students participants in advocacy skill development programs and competitions. Advocacy skill programs. We have a required trial advocacy course that all 2nd year students have to take trial advocacy. Our students participate in competitions around the state, internally, and we send some teams around the country to participate. So these are things that both LSU and Southern got together on. So these are basically softball type measures that will help us to advance our program. And basically, I think that the staff, a lot of folks really feel that law schools probably shouldn't be in the professional school, shouldn't be in the GRAD Act situation at all. But we are, since we are, we are now in it to win it.
One last clarification. When you said this year, what did you mean, this year?
This academic year.
The one we're in now ends in June. It's not applied in June, right? The new criteria will not be applied in this fiscal.
We will be, the Board of Regents will in turn vote, I think they meet next week. And we will have to produce information at the next grading period upon this current, what we have done during this academic year to see whether or not we've met those criteria.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Small.
No, we're able to set our own. Yeah, we're able to set our own, right.
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Are we coordinating all the campuses? This is the question to the president. To make sure that if the New Orleans campus has done something that we can use maybe criteria that we didn't use at that time. So I just want to make sure that all the campuses are taking advantage of what you're doing and maybe what Victor had that made the New Orleans campus so successful. I'm sorry.
Well, they're all, the law school is sort of unique among the campuses. And Shreveport, as a community college, has sort of a different approach to things. Well, everything feeds up into the system. And then the system tries to find the synergies among the campuses, especially on the remediation plan which is submitted. And we submitted as the system to the Board of Regents. The issue with who meets the benchmarks and not has something to do with how the benchmarks were originally set. And each of the campuses set different benchmarks, and once they're set, it's very difficult to change them. And that's what we're working on now. And just another comment about the importance of these extra benchmarks. Under the rules, you have to pass a certain number of these student success benchmarks, so that the more you have to score, what is it, 80%. 80%. So the more you have and the more you pass, the easier it is to pass the student success benchmarks and hit the 80% mark.
I guess my question is, are the other campuses including all the benchmarks that they can possibly include?
I think so. And the campuses can speak for themselves, but as recently as last year, or year before, I know community Susla added a benchmark or two. And I don't think we've changed any of the benchmarks from the originals for either New Orleans or Baton Rouge from the original science. But if I'm wrong, y'all can speak up.
Chancellor.
Okay, I'm going to ask Dr. People to come up because she's more familiar with this and she's been working on this closer than I have. I don't think we have changed any of the benchmarks. Is Dr. People in back here? You want to bring Urban up. He's worked directly with the benchmark and with the grad act.
Good morning. Our benchmarks have not changed from the original document that was created and submitted to the Board of Regents at all. We haven't changed anything. We haven't been able to change any of the marks since.
Any other questions of him?
They were created in 2007, 2008 time period, and they span a six-year span. It's a sliding window. And once those benchmarks were set in that time period, they set the benchmarks for every particular target, as well as for each particular year thereafter.
So if you're going to make some changes, it would occur after that 6-year period.
After the 6-year cycle. And we just finished submitting in May year 4. We have year 5 and year 6 to contend with. For the Baton Rouge campus, we have a total there are several benchmarks inside of the entire document. However, the student success portion has six benchmarks that 7 benchmarks that we actually have to pass at an 80% rate. Each benchmark has a weighted scale attached to it. So some are worth one point, some are worth 2 points. And it's carried over as well as a narrative that is adjoined with the actual document itself. So the more benchmarks, in the case of the Law Center, the more benchmarks you have, you're spreading across. So think of it along the lines of a test of 100 points. If you only have 2 questions, 50 points each. If you have 10 questions, 10 points each. Stand a better chance of passing.
And as for Suno, the benchmarks are the same, but the strategy that we use is that we have to, some of these benchmarks, you have to focus on them a year in advance to be able to be sure that you pass. And you cannot wait, we did not wait until late to start working on it. So that's why the president sent an email to you about a week ago, indicating that we already know at Suno that we're going to pass the student success benchmark for next year. Because this year, what we did was aggressively go after our one of the indicators in the student success is the retention of the freshmen, of those that came in 2013. So their retention will come to roost this August. So before the 14th day, I got my staff to look at the names of those freshmen in August of 2013. And I think SUBI did the same too. We started calling the students, and at the 14th day, we were lucky to be able to have about 59% of the students enrolled and paid. So we know ahead of time now that by next year, 2015, we know now that we already passed that particular benchmark. So that's the approach that we use at Suno, and getting some of these items out of the way.
I guess we're doing the very same thing as Dr. DiPolo may mention. The retention benchmark is something that most recently we were able to improve upon. We did add one additional benchmark. I think it was the year before last. That was first-time passage rate in the College of Nursing. And I just call it a perfect storm. I don't know how it happened because our 4-year average in terms of passage rate in nursing is right around 94%. In that 1 year, or last year, there was an anomaly where we allowed additional cohorts to take the NCLEX examination, and it affected our overall passage rate. Already, that passage rate has gone back up to the 90th percentile. So we added that as an assurance, if you will, and it just didn't work out. But we're very confident now, and we have indicators that suggest that we've already passed the grad act for this year, for the upcoming year, and feel very confident in that.
Chancellor Kidd, you want to add something?
And we have also identified the students from 2013 and 2012. As we even went through the registration process, that was one of the items on my agenda every week. And we tracked those students in terms of trying to find out if they had classes, if they registered. We knew every day how many of those students actually were taking classes and how many had registered. But the problem is you have to start, like Dr. DiPolo said, at the beginning of the year. And that's the thing we are looking at now. We're identifying who those students are. And we're going to track them with the new process we have set up with retention. You know, we're going to be contacting those students. I know it's been done in the past, but we're going to do it more aggressively to ensure that we actually follow up on those students. And even though the targets are high, you know, I don't know whether we can make it, but you'll see this year, I think, when we finish the process that we've gone through with registration, that the numbers will be higher than they were last year. But when you get to 73.5%, it's relatively high.
Madam Chair.
But thank you, Chancellor, for explaining that. But I would like to hear from Vice Chancellor Peoples with regards, because you said you're identifying this, and basically she and Mr. Urban, what's your last name, sir? Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins have been handling this. So I'd like to get some information from Dr. Peoples as to what is the approach, what is the actual practical processes that are being taken place to work on the GRAD Act a year in advance, as Chancellor Upolo has indicated, must happen in order to be able to predict your success with benchmarks. And what are our benchmarks?
Good morning, the chair and the board members. As Acting Chancellor McClick has explained, we have been working feverishly for the last 3 years, or 2 years since I've been in, on the GRAD Act. It's a continuous process. We never stop working on it. We have benchmarks that were set, as Dr. Wiggins had explained. We have reiterated that those benchmarks were set very high about 6 or 7 years ago, and we're having to contend with those high benchmarks, but we continue to look at the areas. We have first to second year retention. We're looking at our freshman students when they come in and what are we doing to retain them. That is an area that we failed this year. So what we've been doing over the years is following them. And as Dr. Upolo has said, that it starts when the students come in, and it's really a numbers game. We're just playing with numbers. We know the percentage of students we need to be retained, and so we're taking those students and looking at that cohort number for us to pass. Unfortunately, we have not been meeting those high standards that were set at that time. We didn't meet it this year. This is the first year we did not meet it. But we have a GRAD Act team here at the university. We talk about it in our leadership team, and we look at, as I said, first to second, first to third is where we did not pass, and we did not pass in the graduation with the number of baccalaureate students. It would probably take much more time than I'm trying to capture all of this in this short period of time. So we would like to have some time so we can do a presentation so you can understand what we're talking about when we're talking about the GRAD Act, because it's such an intense process. And we're dealing with targets that were set when we were a thriving university. I'm sure the people that said it 7, 8 years ago, enrollment was good, the budgets were good, and they thought we would continue to strive. But we are not the same Southern University today as we were then, and so we are having a hard time capturing it. As you look at our enrollment, you look at our budget reductions, all of that play a part into where we are. But what are we doing today about that? We are working with this every day. We are watching the numbers every day. We're about, I don't want 30-something, about 32 students, Dr. Wiggins, away from passing the first to second. We are still combing the numbers now because we're trying to find those students. We even have offered scholarships or monies to try to get the students in. We have gone to the classrooms. We have professors to identify the students. This information is given to us from the pair office. We take this information to the classrooms. We've been working with student affairs to work with these students. So we're doing everything we can to try to find these students, to get them in and make sure. We're finding that a lot of the problems that students are having with finances, getting into school. And so when they don't have the finances, they leave us. So what we're doing is trying to find scholarships or trying to find some way to get these students in, and we are watching the numbers. We are watching the numbers, and we've been watching the numbers for the last 2 years. Every semester is a continuous process. We talk about GRAD Act every day at Southern University. So we're doing everything possible to ensure that we can do as much as possible. But the bottom line is we're going to have to look at those targets. They're set absolutely too high. When we look at the top 50 universities across HBCUs in the nation, Southern University is faring well. If you look at the graduation rates compared to those 50 universities, we're just failing here in our own state. And even when we look at the graduation rates of other universities, they set theirs lower, and they're passing when we are failing, and we're doing much better than they are. So the bottom line is the targets are too high. We have started the conversation with the Board of Regents, and we're going to talk about this a little later, and with the president about changing the targets. We have to do something. We have a plan A and we have a plan B. And we're going to move ahead with those plans because, you know, we want to be successful. We're doing everything we can to be successful. The data repository at the university is the pair office. And this is why we call on Dr. Wiggins, because this is where we get all our data from. And so we have to have him there because he reports the data to us. We take the data and we go out to the colleges and the students and the schools, and we do everything we can to try to comb. We have turned over every rock trying to find these students. We've sent messages, personal messages. I've sent messages to them saying whatever I need to do. Thank you. Did I go in?
Is there an expectation, I'm sorry, just a continuation since I asked Vice Chancellor to come up. Is there an expectation that the benchmarks would be changed?
Well,
or are we going to have to live with them
right.
for the next 2 years, as Mr. Wiggins indicated?
Well, it's still on the table. We were down last year and we asked to change, and we used, there's a clause that talks about extenuating circumstances or extraordinary circumstances that you may be able to change the target. We used the financial emergency, and so we were not granted the opportunity. But we're going to, again this year, looking at some other avenues, talking with people that's not presently in the GRAD Act arena, but it's been in the past, because there's some historical perspectives that we needed to get to see what actually happened and how can we use this information to try to make some changes. We have a plan A and we have a plan B, so we have not stopped. We will be back at the Board of Regents and we will present our plan A and we will present our plan B.
Right, well, great, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to present to the board, so if you want to prepare something for the next meeting with regards to the benchmarks and how you're addressing them, we would appreciate it.
Thank you, it's very critical that we all have a shared understanding of this process.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Dr. Keisha, the financial exigency certainly was a factor. If we erred as a campus, then I think Dr. Lamonte was the chancellor. I remember it may have been Ms. Ambrose saying that she was very concerned about those benchmarks being set so high. And she said it more than once.
Age-old problem.
And my problem is the error probably was on setting it on the front end.
Yes.
And why they wouldn't consider the fact that we declared a financial emergency in the interim, I think needs to be reconsidered, and may need to be reconsidered at the beginning of next year if they have to transitioning off the Board of Regents. But this absolutely has to that we put those benchmarks
as high as we did. I agree.
Very well.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I have a question for Chancellor Pitcher. Congratulations on collaborating with LSU and the Chancellor there to include the additional 2 benchmarks. Are we doing anything to address the other 4 benchmarks that are there? Can you explain or elaborate on that?
The other 4 benchmarks, other than we failed based upon the benchmark regarding the bar passage. Mm-hmm. And we have, as part of the systems plan for remediation plan that's being submitted to the Board of Regents, we have put in some information in that. Matter of fact, the Board of Regents staff advised us that they thought that the appeal that we made was sufficient enough, the information in the appeal was sufficient enough to be included as our remediation plan. And everything we've done is prepared to improve our bar passage. That's where we was our Achilles heel. The other measures, we passed those without any problem.
Great. Thank you so much, Chancellor. And congratulations, Chancellor Yapolo, on your excellent work in addressing the GRAD Act. Thank you.
Does that complete our discussion on the GRAD Act update? If so, move to other business. Hearing no other item for business, we move to adjournment. So move. Second. So adjourned. Madam Chair.
We'll move to the next committee, Personnel Affairs Committee. Reverend Tolbert. Yes.
This time, I'd like to call the order the Personnel Affairs Committee. Mr. President, would you do the roll call, please?
Reverend Tolbert, Mr. Lawson, Mr. Braxton, Mr. Clayton,
Here.
Reverend Gant, Mr. Fondell,
Here.
Ms. Smith,
Present.
Ms. Denver.
Here.
That's the quorum.
Thank you very much. This time, I will receive a motion to adopt the agenda. Been moved and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Move on. This time, we're now at the public comment section of our agenda. Anyone want to have comments, Mr. Miller?
Good morning. Tom Miller, President of the SUVR Faculty Senate. I'd like to begin by sending the faculty's congratulations to you, Reverend Talbot, for having been elected as President of the National Baptist Convention. That brings honor to this institution to have someone of your stature on this board, and we recognize it. My comments in general, and I'm going to get to the particular, but my comments in general are that we're looking at salaries for administrators. And in relation to the salaries that are paid for faculty and staff, instructors, professors, they're relatively high. And I'd like to say this. I've been here since 1996. I don't think, since I've been here, I don't think the faculty's ever had a cost of living adjustment. There have been maybe 2 to 3% raises in the 18 plus years I've been here. And yet, I don't get the sense of outrage, of indignation for the fact that our faculty are losing pay every year that they're here. If you're promoted, you get a salary adjustment. You don't get a cost of living increase. And so every year your salary is diminished by 2%. That's a real issue. And it's one that needs to be addressed. As a matter of fact, yesterday evening I received an email from Dr. William Moore, who said that the one thing the faculty has to set as a priority and encourage the board to set a priority is to address the issue of faculty pay. It's killing us. Now, in particular, the situation with the Associate Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Enrollment, there's an issue here. And I know it's something that we are all loath to put on the table, but I think everyone recognizes what it is, everyone knows what it is, and that is that the board has reconfigured the organization of this campus going against SAC's guidelines. Going against SAC's guidelines. New authority, new responsibilities were carried to the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, now Enrollment Services. And now the board is considering a 30% increase in compensation for duties and responsibilities that were assigned not by the campus, by the board. And I think that creates a problem in public perception. And I have to say that you get public perception in line before acting, and I think in this case we didn't do it. Now the board still hasn't acted, but I'm expressing my concerns before action is taken on that particular issue. So, if you would have asked me, and I've had conversations with Vice Chancellor Dumas about this, and I've expressed my concerns. I've also told him that I think he's been very effective in what he's doing. We appreciate that. But I think the process by which we're arriving at this decision has flaws. Thank you.
Good morning. Dr. Albert Samuels, Vice President of the Faculty Senate, SUBR, Professor in the Department of Political Science. I also share the concerns of my colleague with some of the proposed salary adjustments for some of the administrators who were listed. And I want to say very quickly, this is not a commentary or a slight on these individuals. Actually, in some of these cases, we actually think they're doing a pretty good job. So I don't want this to be interpreted as that we're just personally out against them. The concern I have, and I think the SACS issue that Dr. Miller raised is very real. But essentially, part of the rationale for these adjustments is that the individuals here have taken on additional responsibilities, and so therefore they should be compensated for that. And that seems like a reasonable argument. But however, when the deans and the department chairs were given additional responsibilities because of our recent reorganization, which, by the way, went through a process that came from the campus, that was approved by the board, and is now at the Board of Regents, we said we don't have the money after going through all of that. And we waited until the deans and chairs had worked over a semester in these new roles, which is expanded responsibilities, who were working on the faith that, okay, well, the board's going to eventually do this. Well, they haven't approved the PAF this month, well, they do it next month. And so they waited until after we had worked over a semester to say, well, gee, I'm sorry, we ain't got the money. But it seems that we're communicating the idea that, well, it's okay for deans, it's okay for faculty, it's okay for chairs to take on additional responsibilities without being compensated for it. But we cannot tolerate for one moment an administrator taking on additional responsibilities without compensating them for that. Now, this is the first time this has happened, or the second time this has happened. Maybe we wouldn't be standing here. But we continue to communicate the idea, both in subtle ways and in not so subtle ways, that this is an administrative-driven campus. Students do not come to Southern because of administrators. If there were no faculty to give degrees, you would have no students. And so we communicate what we value about what we do, and how, and who we pay, and how we pay them. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Honorable board members, President Mason, and esteemed chancellors of the Southern University System, good morning. I rise to urge your kind support with regard to salary adjustments for Southern University at Shreveport. We absolutely understand the challenges faced during these urgent fiscal moments. We also ask that you understand the complexity and frustration experienced when asked to do much with little. Please understand that it is our goal and passion to afford students the best academic experience possible. And it is my belief and opinion that we do. We have done so and do so without fiscal recognition. Some have gone 6 years without a permanent raise of any sort. I don't mind sharing with you that after 21 years of service as an associate professor of English, I make $38,000. The SREP average, according to record, is $48,942. My story is not isolated. I stand on behalf of a faculty who shares this sentiment. It is a common story that we share. I further want to disclose that after this summer and many meetings of having become the newly elected Faculty Senate President, it was my honor and my privilege to meet several times with our esteemed Chancellor, Dr. Ray L. Pelton. Our Faculty Senate officials came together and afforded him the opportunity to realize and to observe a grid that was put together, a color-coded grid. This grid depicted faculty salaries of which Chancellor Belton and his esteemed leadership team acknowledged that our faculty were grossly underpaid. After meeting with him, Dr. Rosetta Jones and Vice Chancellor Pugh, we worked diligently to formulate a plan of action that would bring us as closely as possible to the SREB average. And we support and applaud and do so thank our Chancellor for hearing our voices, because let me tell you, when we were elected in April, I believe it was, in and out of his doors we went. And out of his doors, he allowed us to come. So we have a wonderful relationship, and for that we are thankful. And he did acknowledge that our faculty were grossly underpaid, and that we would start the framework, lay the foundation for bringing us as closely as possible to this SREB average. I want to ask that you would please give this your kind consideration and your kind support. We do understand that these are challenging times, but we also understand that our faculty are the ones who are asked to take out the missions, the footmen, if you will, who are meeting with the students, making sure that they return, that they're retained. And we don't discount the importance of administration. I believe that we need each other to function. But we're asking that you would please give this your kind and urgent support. It would do a great deal toward boosting the morale of faculty and helping us to realize the dreams of doing something wonderful for our families so that we don't have to work side jobs and odd jobs to make a difference in our communities. We thank you for your kind support. And as a Christian, I'm just going to stand here and believe God that when you return with your decision, it will be yes and amen. Thank you so much.
Yes. Mr. Chair, just for Dr. Baggy Yoga, I'd love to hear him say, come. I would like to ask those who are representatives from Shreveport to stand. And I did that for a reason. This is the largest delegation we've had since Robert Smith was chancellor. And it's something we've been working on. I'm really glad to have them here because I've tried to say to them, they need to come in with a team and they need to know what's going on. So I want to applaud them and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Reverend.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of this board. My name is again Jola Baga Yoko. Yes. I am the parliamentarian of the Faculty Senate, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Faculty Senate because as far as I know, it has not taken any official position on this issue. What I'm coming, however, to state is that I am hoping that this board is taking serious note of the fact that faculty members do have to be considered seriously for pay adjustment, for raises, if it is our intent to make this university competitive. We do not do it, I guarantee you, we are going to keep on losing the best and the brightest. I will not continue. I don't have the time, unfortunately, to tell you how many we lost. For instance, in civil engineering and other who are making close to twice the salary but left here. So I don't have the time to tell all of that. What I'm saying is that on the one hand, I have no problem with people getting compensated if they are doing a wonderful job. None whatsoever. But I'm also saying that please understand that the faculty has been doing, we have been working very hard under strenuous conditions, and this board has yet to aggressively and proactively begin to see to it that plans are afoot so that raises and pay adjustment are coming for the faculty. So I'm coming to simply make sure that this opportunity is taken to underscore that fact that you are the one who have to do that. Now, having said that, there is one component of that issue which may be a little controversial. But again, I'm not a foreigner to controversy. And that has to do with the fact that, be aware that as long as Southern University Baton Rouge does not have the total control over its budget, over its IT, over its Title II grant, and over its student technology fee, and over, I can go on, its say appropriation, and over the personnel, then what I'm saying here in terms of salary adjustment may not come to pass. The reasons are very simple. We have seen some administrator come get 150, as I keep on talking about it. So, we are told there are good people who do excellent work, as if we faculty members were not excellent people doing excellent work. So that is more or less the implication of such a statement, particularly when we have been doing it for close to several years now, from 2007 to now, or 2008 to now, without any adjustment whatsoever. So, we've cut on top of all of that when we went through the financial exigency, might I add. So I just need you to bring this to your attention. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members, President, SUPR, SU system. My name is Anthony Ijiri, Treasurer, Faculty Senate. I know about money. I'm aware of our posts. We talk about retention, the grad act, specifically retention. I'm familiar with our students. I conduct exit tests for them in my department. At the end of the exit test, they will ask, Doc, do you think I'll be making 70 grand? I laugh. 70 grand? Do you think your teacher is making 70 grand? The answer is no. I'm asking the board to be aware of this. If you want to retain students, you have to increase faculty pay. The current president of LSU, when he came on board, the first thing he did was to raise faculty pay. That is the prescription, the only prescription to retain students. You think students will come to Southern, just as that faculty member mentioned, after years making 38,000? The news is out there. Why will I go there if their professors are making $38,000 a year? What would they teach me to make more than them? I am asking you, board members, to work with the administrators. This is really important. It's not to put pressure on campuses. Oh, you have to retain. You have to retain. How do they retain? What do you expect them to do? The board is not only in the court, but also in the court. Thank you.
Greetings, board members. My name is Denise Morgan. I'm a student at Southern University Law Center. I'm also the Student Bar Association parliamentarian for the Law Center, and I speak on behalf of all students here at Southern University, including the Law Center, when I voice the safety issues that have been arising lately around this campus. First of all, as a law student, I spend lots and lots of hours in the library. Sometimes I'm even leaving the library early in the morning, like midnight, sometimes 1 a.m.
Excuse me. Right there.
Yes.
You're here to address safety issues at this point?
Yes.
You might want to do that during the time of the board agenda, because this is about some personnel raises and salaries. I would think that would come later.
I apologize.
That's okay. All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Mr. Brown. I work in the field of plant in the back. And I was noticing, I don't personally know anyone particular with these figures on this sheet, but I'm concerned about the matters that I understand what administration is, but I don't understand the status of this faculty. I don't understand how far we consider faculty, or what we call faculty, or how far faculty goes. But I'm asking that, I've been here 19 years, this is my last year here. And I haven't, since the last 10 years, I've seen a great depreciation in this university. I have sisters and brothers that have graduated from here. I have nieces and nephews that are here now, that have gone through here, and generations of members. And it was pride in this. And we all used to try to put back, I had a few family members that are still putting back funds into this university. But being here and working here now, and I know the inner portion of this university, I've learned a lot of things. We have lost perspective of what we are here for. No one is focusing on the kids, the children, or the students, as we call them. We work here every day with the thought that we are doing something prosperous for these students. But I haven't noticed much change in these last 10 years benefiting these students. We are here for them, and we're here because of them. But they're the one that's lacking more than anyone around here. I do heating and air. If I would shut you down right now, all the administration, all the faculty, all this, that wouldn't be nothing without heat and air. So we are, I assume, part of this faculty. So I've been furloughed, haven't had a raise in the last 7 to 10 years, and we're talking about giving increases to people that I don't really know and how valuable and how much they're putting into the university. But we are also putting in a lot in the university, and we're getting nothing out of the university. We have taken losses in furloughs. We're not getting any payment. Soon late, the reason that the governor had given us some funds that we're supposed to have gotten an increase, that never happened. I don't have any future here. I'm locked in. If I got a raise right now, it won't do me any good. But there's others that are left here. And even for the faculty that still would be left here, my concern is still about the students. We need someone that's going to really focus on them. And then we will see progress in this university. Students want to come here because liking everything. They never have year-round heat. They never have year-round air. They never have anything consistently. And we goes out, you can go out all you want and get these students, but they're not going to stay here unless we decide that we got to provide what they need and provide what they need to stay here. Education is important. They're coming here for the education, exactly. But if they're not comfortable, they're not never pleased, they're not never happy, they're not going to stay here. And they can't stay here. We went from a 15-man crew to maintain this university with heat and air to a 3-man crew. 3 men is what is keeping you all with heat and air. When you calling and when you emailing and you demanding, you got to think about what you're dealing with. You got 3 people. We're running everything. And they're not hiring. They're not talking about hiring. Nobody want to get hired because they're not paying anything. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But we are still faculty. Now, administration can get theirs, that's fine. But we need to be considered as what we're doing and what we're putting into here and try to keep us sometime around here, because next year I'm gone. That's going to leave 2. We got applications back here now. Nobody wants the job. We got 2 men back here. One is dedicated. The other one is just here. So I'm the last of the link. Again, when I walk out, what are you guys going to look? What you looking at? Who's going to fix your ass? With 2 men, and you can't pay enough to hire anybody else, and nobody wants to come. And then and what's bad about it, the ones that are here and been here, the guys that are coming in now are making more than us and are leaving making more than us. And we're still here doing what we are put here to do, and we can't get no help from nobody. Nobody can see our need. They can just see the demand and just the cut, to keep cutting, to keep demanding, and nothing never gives back. But you always remember this. You got to put in to get out. If you don't put nothing in, you can't get anything out. Thank you.
I see no more public comment, so at this time, we move to action item 5A, approval of personnel action on positions greater than $60,000. Yes, sir.
I have a list of questions for you, Chancellor, about this bill. Are you ready? You're aware that that was a SACS complaint against this board, this university, because of this reorg plan that consists of these raises in these positions you're talking about, correct?
Right. I'm aware of the facts.
You have not answered that SACS complaint. You actually had it extended to September the 22nd, your response. Am I correct with that too?
That's correct.
And the fact that you haven't answered and SACS hasn't given us a disposition on it, that if we were to implement this raises or whatever you got here, if SACS overturns us, then we got to undo all these raises. Am I correct with that? Yes or no, and then you explain.
Okay. I'm not certain if we would have to return, overrule it. Depends on what SACS says. If they come in and they're not satisfied with our response.
Accreditation is important.
Absolutely.
And we should follow their rules and follow the rules to be accredited by them, correct?
That's correct.
And if they say we violated the rules by this, then we should correct that, which is undo whatever mistake that we may have made. Am I correct?
We would have to if they come in and say we violated.
Let's talk about your associate, your associate vice chancellor for enrollment management, Mr. Clark. I wrote a note about Mr. Clark. You're trying to give him $105,000. That's what his predecessor had, right? And his responsibilities, Mr. Clark, are lesser than what his predecessor had. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. Is he over financial aid?
Yes, he is.
Is he over advising student success?
Yes.
Is Mr. Clark over retention and admission?
Yes.
And if you take all of those bills, how many years has Mr. Clark been in this position?
Less than a year.
And has he presented to you a plan for enrollment management? Have you seen a plan? Because I haven't seen it. Has he presented you a plan for enrollment management?
Right.
So he hasn't submitted to you a plan for enrollment management, and you've given him, increasing him up to $105,000, right? And let me ask you this: was it this gentleman who reports to the provost?
He doesn't report. Right now, he reports to the
Who reported to the provost?
At one point, he did.
Did the provost recommend that we terminate him?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the provost recommend that we terminate the assistant chancellor for enrollment management?
Assistant chancellor.
Excuse me, Mr. Clayton. Just, do we have a provost?
No.
We don't have a provost.
Maybe whatever the position is, I call it provost.
Okay.
You got any other questions of me?
I'm just saying the provost.
So the vice chancellor for academic, the chancellor for academic affairs.
Excuse me one second.
Yes.
I was just going to caution Mr. Clayton about.
Yes, thank you.
No, just about.
Wait a minute. What? Thank you. What's the problem?
Excuse me, Mr. Clayton.
Legal counsel would like to caution you.
Caution, you know.
Just about certain aspects of a person's personnel evaluation or employment should be reserved for executive
I
session.
just want to know, I respect that. I want to know if the person that we're recommending this raise for, if his duties are lesser than his predecessor, and if so, why are we increasing his salaries if he has lesser duties?
I'm not aware of his duties being less than his predecessor.
You heard that last gentleman just get up and speak, whatever his name is. And he talked about the staff, that 3 people doing the air conditioning. You heard Dr. Sam stand up, Dr. Sam, talk about no raises for the faculty. Why are you putting forth raises and increases for administrators when we are having to cut the faculty? And did you consult with the president before you presented us with all this?
Yes, I did.
Did the president agree with you that these people should be given increases on the back of the faculty and the student, and that young man who said there's only 3 of them keeping us cold or cool?
Right.
President agree with you?
Yes, I did discuss I submitted it to the president for approval. What we are trying to do here is many of these positions are, well, first of all, they are all promotions. They went through search committee. Search committee made a recommendation to Dr. Dumas. Dr. Dumas made a recommendation to me. In the case of each one of these individuals, what we have done is that, let me just back up, though you mentioned the provost. The one for the interim associate, we changed it to permanent because of the fact that this position has been submitted earlier. It's not the first time this was submitted, so it was submitted when we had a provost, but it doesn't matter. What I'm saying to you is that what we are trying to do is to increase retention. We're trying to increase recruiting in order to bring in additional dollars, in order to really not only balance the budget, but be able to do some of the things that we need to do. We have a lot of temporary positions. We have positions that, we could.
Let me ask you this, Mr. McClinton. Has there been an increase in
Mr. Clinton, excuse me, Mr. Clinton, I don't think Mr. McClinton was finished. Cut him off. Let him finish his answer.
He and I are having a colloquy here. We're not, with all due respect, I am not talking to you.
Well, excuse me, I'm the chair of the committee. You talking, I have the floor as the chair. Mr. McClinton, you have the right to finish.
I have the position as a member who represents my 8 parishes.
You'll be able to talk. I'm not cutting you off. I want Mr. McClinton to have a right to talk, Mr. Clinton.
You have a right to talk whenever you want.
Right now, Mr. McClinton.
But I want my question answered. My question is this. Have we seen it?
Mr. Clayton, you're out of order.
You finished?
You're out of order. And I'm asking you to let Mr. McClinton finish. Mr. Chancellor, will you finish?
Right, what I was saying is that we have a group of interim positions, and what we are trying to do, if you look at the past, our enrollment has declined constantly over the last, since really I went back and looked at it, since 2005. Right now, if we can get enrollment up and bring in additional dollars, if we can increase retention, which means that we can bring in additional dollars in order to address some of these issues. I'm keenly aware of the fact that everybody is underpaid at this point.
You understand my question? My question to you is, you said the gentleman has been there a year, so has he or his staff increased efficiency as it relates to retention and enrollment? Has it increased since he's been there?
Well, let me say this.
That's a yes or no, then you can explain. Has he increased?
Enrollment has gone down, but since he's been there, for example, he's been there only a year. Enrollment this year is fairly constant to last year.
Okay, so and then you proposing a raise for him? I mean, it's not personal. It's not that. I want to know why we are putting more money here to these. I have to agree with the faculty. Why can't we find a way to give them some money? They're teaching. Why the administrators?
Let me say this. First of all, you asked me whether enrollment increased. No, I mean, it's constant. But he's not the only one, the only player in increasing enrollment. That's why we have the entire process. You're going to have to look at the entire process if you want to increase enrollment. It won't be dependent on one individual. Plus the fact if you're there for 1 year, I'm not certain you can increase enrollment in 1 year by yourself anyway.
Well, lastly, and as I close, I remember under this new reorg plan taking the registrar's office away from the enrollment piece. But if you're telling me that they have the same responsibilities or more, then I respect that. But my question to you, Chancellor, is just this. It's not personal. I don't care if you take it personal. It's not personal. It is that I just want to know why are we giving administrators proposed raises in a time of financial crisis. I conversed with the president, and I've asked him several times, and he's tried to answer me with this. And then I'm going to move to him and ask him. He's put forth a transformation plan that has not been funded. I mean, there are people who are doing the work from his plan. When he talked about the deans, they did the work. They're not funded. So can you hold off on this recommendation until we look at this budget, scrub it some more, send it back to the finance so we can work it along with you and the president and the other powers that be so that we can come up with something, faculty input, staff input, and then administrators too if they want to. But as opposed to just paying them, I think it's wrong. But I appreciate your time. I apologize to you if I was any kind of this, but I wasn't. I just wanted, I knew the answers to the questions before I asked them, and I just wanted to get some clarity for the rest of the folks listening as to why we're giving these people raises.
Let me make one correction that I said. The registrar's office remains with academic affairs, and it is one less office at the Board of Students.
And that's when somebody rudely jumped on me, but that's the point I was trying to make. It does not have all those duties, but I'll let whatever it is, let it fly. But that's the point. He has less responsibility, and you're about to pay him more money. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Tom.
This question I have is the question I have is a very fundamental one that might serve us well as we talk about raises for every category of employees, administrators, faculty, etc. There's usually a standard that we consult to see what the various averages are. The young lady from Shreveport mentioned one of them. She talked about the SRE, I guess the Southern Regional Average for faculty. And I know that for administrators, there's also one. And so the question would be directed to, right now, our Chancellor for Baton Rouge. Do we use such benchmarks, such material databases in order to determine the relevancy of each position to other average positions in our region when we decide on these figures?
Yes, normally we do. We use, in many cases, Cooper. But I must say in this case that these positions had already been established. The dollar amounts had already been established. And I have to admit to you, I didn't go back and recheck them because when they were established, some of this money is Title III. Position was established. The board had approved the position at that point. I didn't go back on each one of these positions and check to see if the amount had gone down.
When you said that it had been established, do you mean established by this board?
I'm saying to you that in the budget, for example, if it's a general fund budget, when the board approved the budget, the position was approved at that time. And I'm also saying to you, no, I didn't go back and look at each position and look at Cooper again, see if this position is lower than what it was, because my experience with Cooper has been that each year, many of those positions go up. And I didn't go back and check it, but all of these positions are actually in the budget. I have, based on I went through and did a computation to make certain that we were not increasing the overall budget. And with all the adjustment, I know we keep saying raises, But these are really, in most cases, either promotion or you're bringing in someone with established position. The net effect is about $18,000 savings.
My last part of my question, Mr. Chair, I wasn't asking to check on what you've been doing. Right? I asked the question so that this board, as we continue to address these issues, because the priorities are going to have to be met at some point, and we're going to have to establish some consistency in terms of how we're going to go about deciding the value of a job. And if we don't have a policy on it, Madam Chair, I'm not sure, because I've only recently back on the board, but we certainly do need to have one that'll make it a lot easier for us, so that everybody, whether it's the gentleman from the air conditioning department or the faculty member or the administrator, all know what we expect as a minimum criteria for deciding the value of jobs in the future. That's the reason for that.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Mr. McClinton has a word, then Ms. Smith.
Right, one of the things we talked about, for example, like I said, in this case here, most of these positions exist. If you recall in the last board meeting, and President and I talked about it, I think it was, I believe Ms. Smith, but someone asked us to go back and look at all salaries and do a comparison in order to determine really what the real salary levels should be. That's a large task, but that's something that I know we were ordered to do, and it's something that we will have to bring back at some point to this board.
Okay, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, and you just cut my speech in half. Mr. Chair, I would just like to say again, regardless to if it's Shreveport, who I'm listening to the associate professor say she made $38,000, and then, or if it's Suno or BR campus, I would strongly suggest, and maybe even try to put it in motion, that we do a feasibility study on salaries and positions, because even today, if we were to address Shreveport, I'm thinking that we still would be being unfair to that faculty by giving them a 10% raise, and which would be vastly under what they should get. So again, I don't know if I can, I don't know what the process is, but I would like to try and make a motion saying that we do a feasibility study for Southern University systems, the system, all of the campuses, in regards to salaries and positions.
I would probably defer to the Vice Chair. That item is not on the agenda, so, and I don't know if a motion is needed for a feasibility study, or is it, Mr. President, maybe you could help us with it.
When Ms. Smith suggested it before we started the process of looking into it, what we really need is a salary administration system with ranges and steps and so forth. But I did one in our previous job about 6 years ago, and the price tag was in the neighborhood of $250,000 to do it correctly. So I'm guessing it would cost more now. So the first thing we're trying to do is figure out exactly what it would cost to get it done, and we'll bring that back to you probably at the next meeting. But in the meantime, what happens is on a case-by-case basis, the Human Resources Office has to certify that the salaries that are recommended are within an accepted range. And we generally use Coupa information. Leslie, come to the mic, will you please? Can you just explain what data we use on a case-by-case basis to determine the appropriateness of the salary?
Right. We, because we don't have a system, we are putting something together right now. We have to put ranges, so it's not an exact science. It will never say a position should be exact dollars. It will come into a range. And so we did that for all of these things. Every job the president gives me, we go through the Coupa survey, and there are 30 ranges, 30 tables. We only use the ones that are public institutions for the amount of money we have and the number of students, and we develop a range in that manner. That is not the perfect way, and that we are going to have a compensation system of some kind, and we'll have an answer for you at the next meeting.
And of course, the point is also that the only salaries that get researched are the ones that actually are recommended for promotions or other changes. So it doesn't take care of the across the board or the problem mentioned by the HVAC worker that came up. Okay. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Ann, does that satisfy you? I know you were trying to make a motion, but after that, I think they're going to bring something.
I could discuss it more one-on-one with the president of the staff of the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. And so the items before us are action item A1 through 16. So it's the board's pleasure to take it. It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, I'll vote by saying aye.
All right, that's for a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Roll call vote, Mr. President.
And as for a roll call vote on each item.
Each item.
Excuse me 1 second. Mr. Clayton has asked for a roll call vote on each item. Would we have to vote, attorney, on whether to do that if someone objects to what he's asking for?
Well, the roll call vote means you need to record how each member would vote on each item. So that if you want to expedite the process, you could ask if any members object to a specific item, but you would have to go through them one item by one item.
Thank you.
And would one member have the authority to direct us to do that?
Well, you have to record the votes by item.
Okay, all right.
So I was going to say, to expedite it, as you call the item, you could simply ask if any member has an objection, and simply record the objections. All the other votes will be nays.
Here's my position on it, if anyone cares to ask. The professorships, I have no problem with paying these professors. I do have a problem with administrators. So I ask that we go so I can reflect my vote that I'm going to vote yes on folks, the professors, the visiting professors. I'm going to vote no on the administrators having a pay raise.
So, Mr. Clayton, there are only, I think, 2 administrators. Maybe you're making reference to items 15 and 16.
No, no, sir. I'm still the same, different.
Oh, okay. I see that also. All right. Action item 5A1.
Reverend Tobin.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson. Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton.
Yes.
This is number 1, right?
Yes.
Reverend Gant. Mr. Fondell. Ms. Smith. Abstain. Abstain, you said? Ms. Denbo? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes, passes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, just 1 second.
Who may vote on this tonight?
Those on the personnel committee at this time.
Okay, because I wasn't sure I knew who was on the personnel.
It's on the sheet. It's on the bottom of the second sheet. And I noticed when you made a remark, you were not on the committee, but I just.
Oh, but you can make a remark if you're on the committee, but I was currently asking about the vote. But I understand. Thank you.
Yes. Excuse me 1 second. Ms. Smith has the floor.
I just think that for us to vote individually on each of these salaries, I don't think we know enough about the ranges, that kind of thing, to say that we can say yes or no, they deserve a raise or an adjustment. So when you go down this list, I'm going to abstain on everything because I just don't know enough about it.
Excuse me, Ms. Denver.
Yes.
it's amazing that on one hand we talk about violations, on the other hand we talk about doing this or that. This is on the agenda because the chancellor recommended it. Apparently he's spoken to the president about this, and so it's here for the board's approval. We pay the administration, we pay our leaders to vet these kinds of things for us, having independent knowledge of whether somebody's qualified or whether the salary range is correct. The people that are in administration, this is what they do. There is, and I'm very familiar with it because Ms. Evola and the president has indicated to me that there is some type of a list of what the low, medium ranges are for particular positions in higher education. So when these things come to this board, we don't have to agree with it, and that's why we each have an individual vote. But as far as, I guess we have to trust our administration at times when things like this come to the board. So I say that to say that, yes, probably there should be some work with regards to a systematic way of looking at the salaries for the faculty. And that would be something that the chancellors of each one of the campuses would do. And I commend Chancellor Belton for working with his faculty and staff and administration to come up with some kind of a grid to address some of the concerns. I would challenge each of the chancellors and the president to do the same. So I understand Ms. Smith's concern, but some of that concern is not a concern that should fall on the board because that's what we have our administration here for. That's what we rely on our chancellor and our president to bring to the board. So with that, I think we're having a little issue regarding how we're going to address each one of these positions. And Ms. Smith, I absolutely respect your position, saying that you wish to abstain because you don't have enough information about the qualifications or about these positions. But I wanted to make that comment just to put it in perspective, Chairperson Tolbert. But okay. I also, yes.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, but I also want you to give this board some guidance with regards to your counsel with Mr. Greer.
Well, first, I think the president had his hand, and then board member again, and then I'll share with you.
Well, just for clarity about my role as I see it in this process, the board approved the reorganization. And as president, it's my job to implement what the board approves so that, the positions that are reflected here as part of that reorganization, we looked at what the salaries ought to be for those positions, and we implemented the board's, what the board approved to happen. That's my role in the process. It doesn't speak to whether I agree with what happened. It's just my job in the process. And then second, on the issue of SACs, and I forgot, but I'm glad if I just was reminded. I had some concerns about the open SACs inquiry. So I actually called SACs and asked them if this would affect the inquiry in any way. And of course, they couldn't speak to it one way or the other, but they did ask me to express to the board that it should proceed with caution, given the fact that there is an open SACs inquiry. So I've done my duty.
That's clear.
And therein lies, I thought Ms. Smith's suggestion was probably the most profound one I heard today. And when she said, let's hold off, let me abstain on all of them until we, but what the president just said, all of you, it should cause each and every one of you pause. Exactly what he just said, that we should proceed with caution. Why are we rushing this, guys? Whether beyond the little petty politics of the board, let's get real here. This is fundamental. We can make a fundamental mistake here. I agree with Ms. Smith. I don't know. I'm going to abstain, I think, on some of them. I'm not going to abstain on the professors, but I don't know if these folks are part of the reorg, whether we create an issue for SACs. Why are we doing this? Can we hold off on this deal until we can put a little bit more intellect into it? Can we just wait one more month
Again, Mr. Chair.
Let's be real. We're not doing anything differently today than we've not done on this board month after month. And when I look at what's being said today, if it was my first board meeting, I would feel that a whole new process is being used today, when in fact it is not. Last month, we did something very similar to what we're doing today, and the same people objecting today did not object last month. If it's wrong today, it was wrong last month. The other problem that I have, Mr. President, why is it that if you knew this information, you had not shared it with the chair, and I've been here this whole week in the chair's office, and you've not said one word to me, and I've spoken to you every day, but all of a sudden this information come out today that we need to proceed with caution. Now, are we going to sit up here, board members, and let this university go to hell in a handbag, waiting month after month to do things that we know we need to do in order to move this university forward? I think we look at games are being played on us today. When you can't go one way, you go another way. And I think what we need to do, and we keep acting like we care for the staff. I applaud the gentleman who talked today. The whole thing's about students. It's about faculty. I met with the faculty senate this week because I wanted them to know my concern about them. What I said to them, in order for us to move forward, you know why Shreveport was able to do what they did today? Because I talked to that chancellor, I talked to the newly elected faculty senate president, and I said the two of you need to get together. The board can't solve the issue. The two of you need to get together. And look what happened when they got together. I said the same thing in essence to the SUBR faculty the other day, that it's a collective thing. We read the article about Jackson State having their largest enrollment. And when they explained why, it said because they work together as a team. It's one thing to talk about working together as a team, but it's another thing to work as a team. We're wasting foolish time on stuff, acting like we don't know what's going on. We've gotten the same thing in these packages that we always get. We've had these packages. Why would we wait today and act like I didn't know what was going on? If I didn't know something, I've had the opportunity. That's why we get the information, that we can get the info, ask questions. So I think, Mr. Chairman, we need to vote it up or down. Those who feel that they can't, and I'm not trying to get anybody to vote one way or the other. Vote your conscience. But I think it's unfair to keep kicking the can down. Let's vote it up. If you don't believe it, vote against it, and let's move on with the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor to adopt action item 5A, 1 through 16. Ms. Ann Smith has stated that she will abstain, if I'm correct, Ms. Smith, on all of them. Just trying to get a process. I want to make sure that she's planning on abstaining. So at this time, what I would like to do, and I think with council.
Let me ask.
Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna do B and C separate?
Yes, we're not on B and C yet.
Okay.
Okay. But you're abstaining on 5A, 1 through 16. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with the advice of the council, it might not be exactly like you said, but with that being the record, then I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on each item. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to call each item out. 1, 2, 3. 1 is already passed, I think. Is that correct, Mr. President? So I'll start with 2, and if anybody is not voting yes, if you would just let us know, and then the secretary can record it. Is that clear enough? Okay. Okay, if you're not voting yet, Ms. Smith.
May I say that I'm not abstaining because I don't think they deserve the raise. I'm abstaining because it's some of them probably deserve more or less. So that's why.
But the bottom line, you are abstaining.
Right. I just want that to be attached to that abstention.
Okay. The record can reflect Ms. Smith's remark. And so we begin at item number 2, and I want to restate it just for clarity, that if you are not voting yes, then would you state whether you are voting no or abstaining? Ms. Smith has already done that for all the items that are left. So item number 2.
Reverend Toler.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson.
Well, he said my name, and I'm so used to saying yes, I guess. What I'm trying to do is find out if, yeah, see what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Vote call.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just, if someone is abstaining, someone other than Ms. Smith is abstaining, or if someone is voting no on an item I call, then we need that response from you. Otherwise, we will take it, your silence, give consent with yes. Is that clear enough?
Their vote. If they vote yes, they can vote yes or in favor. Silence is not to be taken as anything but what it is other than silence.
So you want Mr. Clayton to vote on each item? Okay, item number 2.
Reverend Toler.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson. Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton.
Latrina Collins, Director of Center for Student Success, is that part of this reorg plan that's under SACS, under question by SACS now?
I believe so.
And I vote no.
Just let me confirm with the Chancellor. That is part of the reorganizing project. Reverend Gantt.
Yeah.
Mr. Fondell. Ms. Smith. Abstain. Mr. Denbo.
Yes.
That passes.
Item 3.
Reverend Toler.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson.
Yes.
Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton.
No.
Reverend Gantt. Mr. Fondell. Ms. Smith abstains. Ms. Denbo.
Yes.
That passes.
Item 4.
Reverend Toler.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson.
Yes.
Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton.
Question for President. This
Position, Director of the Center for Teaching and Learning Excellence, SPR, part of that reorg plan that's under question by SACS?
Yes, I believe so.
I vote no.
Reverend Gantt. Mr. Fondell. Ms. Smith abstains. Ms. Denbo.
Yes.
Number 5.
Then item 5. Did you say that one passed?
I'm sorry, the last one passed, yes.
Okay, item 5.
Reverend Toler.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson.
Yes.
Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton.
No.
Reverend Gantt.
Yes.
Mr. Fondell.
Yes.
Ms. Smith abstains. Ms. Denbo.
Yes.
That passes.
Item 6.
Reverend Toler.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson.
Yes.
Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton.
That part of that reorg plan.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes.
Reverend Gantt.
Yes.
Mr. Fondell. Ms. Smith abstains. Reverend Ms. Denbo.
Yes.
Yes. That passes.
And that is item 6.
That's item 6.
Okay, item 7 next.
Before we take the next item, a little tedious for me. Please record my vote as yes for all of the items under this action.
Thank you.
Same for me.
Let's see now. That's Denbo, Fondell, Gantt, Braxton. But you abstain on number 8. Okay. So that is, just to double check, Tolbert, Lawson, except for number 8, Braxton, Gantt, Fondell, and Denbo vote yes on every item going forward. And Ms. Smith votes, abstains on every item, and Mr. Clayton will go one at a time. Okay. So this would be item 7, Mr. Clayton.
Is that person administrative part of that questionable,
I don't think so, no.
then I vote yes.
Okay.
It's number 8, if it's okay with you, Matt,
Yeah, you
Mr.
can
Chair,
do it,
I'll do
yes.
that. Associate Professor Lawson, is that person part of the?
It is not.
I vote yes. Is number 9, Associate Professor Craig, part of the reorg plan that's under?
It is not.
I vote yes. Mr. Hubert Mundez Barono, is he part of that person part of the reorg?
He is not.
Then I vote yes. Number 11, Robert Elliott, Assistant Professor Suno, is that person part of the reorg plan?
It is not.
Then I vote yes. Audrey Blackwood, Assistant Professor Accreditation Coordinator Suno, is that person part of this questionable?
He is not.
Then I vote yes. Lisa Mem Dubizes, is that person, number 13, part of the?
It is not.
I vote yes. 14, Kenyana Hartford, Assistant Professor Accreditation Suno, is that person part of the SACS investigation?
It is not.
Then I vote yes. Vice Chair, number 15, I vote no, and number 16, I vote yes.
Okay.
Chairperson, may I make a
Yes.
comment? Also want to state for the record that the personal action that we approved last month with Band Director Hamer was a part of the new organizational chart, and we did pass that personal action. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we go now to item 5B, leave of absence and sabbatical. We can take these all together if you want. Someone may want to do it different. I entertain a motion. Take them in global. It's been moved by Ms. Smith, second by Mr. Clayton. They would take them in global. Global, any discussion? On the Suno, Mr. Dr. Upolo, how long is this leave of absence? 1 year? And Southern Law Center, Dr. Pitcher?
This is for 1 semester.
For 1 semester.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
You gonna pay for it? Wow.
He has accumulated leave all this year. He's been working for a long time and he's asking to use his leave.
It's probably not gonna come back.
It's not going to come back. That's what's going on. Okay, any other discussion? If not, all in favor, vote by saying aye. And opposed? The item passes. Item 5C, faculty and staff adjustment. Sussler, Dr. Belton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, I kindly ask your consideration to authorize Southern University at Shreveport to advance on behalf of the faculty and staff salary adjustments that would be retroactive to July 1 of this year. It has been my experience that in many cases there's never a good time for salary adjustments when you look at things from a fiscal nature. But I would argue that for Southern University of Shreveport, this is the time that we have to address this imperative. Like our colleagues on the Baton Rouge and Suno campus are land masses. Our faculty and staff have been challenged for the last 6-7 years without any type of adjustment. But on the Shreveport campus, in light of our salary scales, it has resulted in extreme hardship, even more so for our faculty and staff. And as highlighted by our faculty senate president, in many cases, it's just simply embarrassing to talk about what individuals make on the Shreveport campus. And so what we have before you is a recommendation. The a starting point, as I see it, that we would ultimately seek to address on an annual basis going forward, some type of adjustment that would bring people closer to the SRIB average. And so this adjustment starts with a 4% increase for civil service employees, a 3% increase for unclassified staff, a 3% increase for faculty, and we also address equity for faculty members who were significantly below the SRB average. I guess the timeliness of it also speaks to the fact that this has been this request has been it has not evolved in a vacuum. We've been working on this for the last 2 years, trying to engage in decisions of a fiscal nature that would enable us to do this. Faculty have worked alongside administrators. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Clayton.
You know, Chancellor, I don't want to go against myself because I'm telling you I'm for faculty raises, but you just got an item here and you're telling us about what you're going to do. Where's the specificity as it relates? Who gets the raises? How you apply it? You just want us to vote and let you go do it? Is that what you're saying? There's nothing here. At least Dr. McClinton showed us who was getting raises and what jobs they were in and et cetera. But here you just got faculty and staff adjustments, Shreveport. There's nothing with no documents, paperwork to show us who's getting what.
Yeah, well, the adjustments will go to all full-time employees at Southern University Shreveport. And we have provided for your consideration a schedule that gave indication by way of group, whether it be faculty, unclassified, faculty, or civil service, what those dollar amounts actually are. And so to just simplify a response, it would include all full-time faculty and staff.
I guess a better question, how much is it going to cost us?
$318,000.
And you got that running?
We have that budgeted.
Okay, all right.
I'm for it then.
Okay, it's been already moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. At this time, we're up to other business. Any other business before this committee? If not, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. Been moved and seconded. All in favor, vote by saying aye. All opposed? Nobody said aye either. Aye. All opposed? We're now adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Finance Committee, Chairman Clayton.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The President called the order.
I'd like to call the order. Madam Chief of Staff, call the order of the Finance Committee, please. Here.
Yes, Dr. Tallman, Attorney General.
Thanks. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. The record reflect that it's been moved by Ms. Burton, second by Ms. Lawson. All in favor? Adoption of agenda has been passed. Any public comments germane to SUNO's athletic budget?
SUNO?
That's correct.
You don't have anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you very much. I'll entertain the motion to pass action 5A. So moved by Dr. Thomas, second by Mr. Murphy-Bell. All in favor? Motion passed. Item 6, any other business? Seeing no other business, I move to entertain a motion to adjourn the finance. Oh, there's no information item on here. 6 is other business. I'll use Mr. Hendricks. Item 6A, then financial status update. I'm sorry, there's a new deal. I didn't get this one. So maybe Dr. Baghill, you might have something here. Information item 6A, financial status update. I take it that's from you, Mr. McClay? Mr. Appleton. All right, before you do so, public comments on the financial status update as of August 31st, 2014. I apologize, I didn't have the...
No problem, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Clayton. Honorable member of the board, my name is again Jola Bagayoko. I'm a Southern University System Distinguished Professor of Physics. I do not have actually anything long to say, except that to underscore the reality that the financial situation of the various campuses will begin to be the most stable possible if a situation is created by this board whereby those campuses control their IT, their finance and business operation, and their enrollment management, which is partly done now, but these other two are not. And the reason are very simple. If someone has a question as to why that is, it is an absolute necessity. No one can tell us that a campus has its act together in terms of financing, knowing what to do and knowing what to make of the money it gets, when it cannot control who is being hired by whom to do what, or what contract is being let by whom in what situation. So this is the reason I am coming to make this point a second time this morning, so that you can begin to plan as to how soon you can do that, because the sooner we have the total control of our finance and business and our IT on our campuses and the related money, I'm talking about the Title III money, student technology fee, and all the rest, the better it's going to be. Because then we will know where we are going to do, where we will be held responsible for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Appleton, how are you today, sir?
I'm fine, Chairman, members of the board. I'll be very brief. You have in your packet a financial status report through August 31st, 2014, 16% through the year in all campuses as well as on the system level. Everything is proceeding according to the budgets that you've approved. We've only got a couple of months, so no stress has been identified as of yet.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Any questions of Mr. Appleton? Seeing that no one has any, I will now move to any other business. Seeing no other business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee. Moved by Mr. Murphy Bell, second by the law student, my friend over there. All in favor? Motion passed. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Mr. Clayton, our next committee will be Facilities and Project Committee. Your Chairman Dumas inside.
Yeah.
Mr. Dumas, we're ready for you.
Right. Committee order. Mr. President, get a roll call, please. Here.
Mr. Bell. Here. Reverend Gant. Here. Mr. Hendricks. Here. Mr. Meyer. Here. Dr. Tarver. Reverend Tolbert. Ms. Denbo. That's it.
How many got?
Good. 5. I guess that's cool. Yeah, 5.
Gary, you on this committee? You said yes. All right. Can I get an adoption of the agenda? Motion. Get a second? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye, have it. Public comments.
Honorable Chairman Dumas, my name and other members of the board, my name is again Jola Bagayoko. I am coming here to make a request. A request, the details of which I do not have the time to elaborate upon, but if the board so desire, I can do that at a later time. What I'm requesting is that this board sees to it along with this administration, that Southern begins this year to make plan for a significant science complex on the Baton Rouge campus. Let me repeat, to begin the planning for a significant science complex on the Baton Rouge campus. It is a necessity if we want to compete with North Carolina A&T, we want to compete with so many others that I know whose center I visited. I won't even mention FAMU as to what they have, because what they have there, I can't go over the detail. I just left them long ago. And I have come to the realization that most of the things we have in our facility and so forth, for the last 30 years, I haven't seen one instance where there is a plan for the science complex. Now, this is the time to do it. Mind you, by the time it will be built, I won't be here because I know what time it takes. But for heaven's sake, we have to begin doing it now if we want this institution to compete later. I just thought I need to come and underscore it because I'm in the field and I have been there. I have seen what our competitors are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please.
Hi, good morning. Kyla Hemphill. I'm a Southern University Law Center student. I wanted to bring to your attention the hole that we have in the bridge headed to the Law Center, the fact that that is only a 2-lane bridge and it does completely slow down all traffic, and it is a safety issue for students walking to the campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Young lady,
yes.
We're working on that. We getting a list of all the streets.
Thank you.
And I would just like to explain that the bridge was a different situation. The president took the bull by the horn, and we had to do that immediately. We know it's some other need, but we had to get that one first. So everything is on the back burner and going to come to the front burner. I assure you. Thank you for your comment.
Yes. I'm Leroy Davis, retired citizen of Baker. Honorable members of the boards, committee members, I just want to echo one thing, and that is that most HBCUs, including Jackson State, Alcorn, Texas Southern, Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Prairie View, all have business schools. So I strongly suggest that we start the planning of a business school at Southern University. I am an adjunct professor of economics in business schools. The building is in deplorable condition. It is not clean. The bathrooms are in terrible condition. There's no hand towels in the bathrooms. So I suggest that we take care of those immediate items if we can, if resources are available. If not, then I think we need to do a little fundraising so we can at least have that for our students. And the students' bathrooms are worse than the faculty bathrooms. Have been recently renovated, but the student bathrooms are in bad shape. So I suggest you, I know several of you are graduates of the business school, take a walk through sometime and just take a look. But all of those schools have nice, beautiful business schools. And we are to compete, and enrollment in the business school has fallen in the last few years. It was one of the largest. So I suggest that we take a good look at that, do what we need to do with the legislature, the governor's office, board of regents, to get a business school at Southern University, which I think will have a significant impact on raising the student enrollment as well as meeting the grad act. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good morning again, board members. My name is Venice Morgan, second-year student at Southern University Law Center. And again, I speak on behalf of all Southern University students when I raise the issue of the facilities on this campus. First thing are, we have a really big issue with the lights being on outside between the area around the Law Center and the parking lot where all the law students have to park in the gravel. It's about a quarter-of-a-mile walk from the gravel parking lot to the Law Center, and nearly every night, as a young woman on this campus, I'm having to walk by myself. Sometimes I'll wait for a male student or perhaps an officer that's on campus to escort me to my car. But on most days, I'm walking by myself from the law center to the parking lot. Secondly, there's also an issue with enforcing people to stop at that stop sign that's right next to the law center. Just recently, a student was hit by a car from someone who did not stop at that stop sign, and we're only asking that you please look into enforcing people to follow the traffic rules. Thirdly, there is also an issue with raccoons on this campus. Students are feeding them. Now, as a park ranger, formally, I can see how that raises a really huge issue with safety on this property because those are wild animals. And if you continue to feed them, they will depend on people feeding them, and they will not be afraid of humans anymore. They will go up to humans, and they do bite, and yes, they do cause diseases. So I only ask that you please look into that issue with students feeding the wild animals on this campus as well. Again, my name is Denise Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Okay, item 5. Action item 5A. Thank you.
Thanks. We are soon requesting the board approval to move forward to get the central plant and the multipurpose building demolished. These are the hold-up from Katrina. The multipurpose building has been completely vacated now, so we're ready to tear it down.
Move, probably second, all in favor? All right. 6, information item. Before we go individually, Mr. Frazier, from the law school, would like to comment in reference to this item.
I just want to speak in reference to some of the improvements or some of the things that the students came to speak about. I've been a student here at Southern University for about 3 years now. Some of the people I know, especially Ms. Morgan, she went to undergrad here. And some of the issues that are brought up from the undergrad campuses are some things that have been going on for 8 to 10 years. For example, lighting around the campus. I know the law school administration. I've spoken to Chancellor Fisher, Vice Chancellor White, and we were able to secure it. They worked I don't know how they did it. They worked a miracle, and they got the law school parking lot paid, which is a great enhancement for the law students. But I know the lights back at that back parking lot are out. And I know our administrators are working on to try to, work with facilities to make sure those things are done. But if you go around this campus at night, around 8, 9 o'clock at night, the lights are out. Around most areas of the campus. Back on the dorm side, the lights are out. If you go there at 11 p.m., the lights are out. That's something that needs to be addressed. About 3 weeks ago, I sat on a White House conference call for the Council of Student Body Presidents, COSP, and they wanted us to basically commit to their plan of preventing sexual assaults on campuses. So some of those things were brought up on that conference call with those safety concerns that students expressed. So I would like the facilities committee to look into those things around the campus in regards to lighting, the parking lots, and everything else. The second thing that I have to bring to the facilities' attention, I don't know if this is in the right place, but I'm going to bring it up now, the bridge. I understand I'm working on fixing the bridge. But last week, I got about 2 weeks ago, I got an email from a student that complained to me and said, hey, D'Angelo, I understand that the bridge is and the works are getting fixed. But students are driving back and forth where there's a 1-lane highway, and students are walking there. So what happens is, even though there's a barricade, you have pedestrians walking, you have people who are driving their cars coming down that 1-way road. So you have 2-way traffic where it should not be. And that's probably the reason why a student was hit this past week. So what I did, I made it a point, usually I don't come that way when I come to campus. I kind of go around, I make sure I come to second entrance. But in the last week, I made it a point to come every day down that road. And what I saw was very interesting. I saw vehicles coming down that one-way road where students were walking on the opposite way. I even saw police cars and traffic and parking vehicles go the wrong way down that road. So I sat in my car, in my truck, and I parked near the law center so I can watch what was going on. I saw a traffic and parking vehicle go the wrong way down the road, park at the cafeteria here, and three individuals get out and go have lunch. The wrong way down the road. 12:30 in the day, midday, where students are walking just to get to the cafeteria. What's wrong with going around? Last Friday, I came on campus again, and I decided to do what I wanted to do, was basically come this way. I took my truck up the road, and again, I saw cars coming. Even though I have a truck, cars were still coming around that barricade and coming the wrong way just to get to that cafeteria. I parked my truck on the sidewalk after I got past the barricade, and I had to get out and pull the barricade further up, move the stop sign, because again, that was midday. Students were walking to the cafe, they didn't have class that day. So students are concerned about that. So that's something that the facilities committee I would like to look into. I know I've spoken to our vice chancellors and our chancellors in regards to it, but there are some things that are out of their control. They can only make phone calls and say, hey, these are some issues that our students are facing in facilities. But maybe it's something that facilities needs to look into around the campus. I have yet to commit to the White House's plan in regards to what we're going to do to help prevent sexual assaults here, because I don't know what can we do. And I think for me that would be the first step, increasing the lighting on the campus to make sure all of our students are safe, from the back of the dorms to the parking lots, everywhere here on campus. For example, there's one building in particular that's open 24 hours. And the law students use it a lot, actually. We go there and study. And that's the TL Lane building. I think that's what it's called. TTL Lane building. I apologize. You can get into that building 24 hours, no issue. You go to the second floor, all the lights are off. So you'll find students that are sometimes there, nursing students or law students, they're there sometimes 2, 3 o'clock in the morning studying. There's no security. The lights are off. The lights are out. Some of the bathrooms that the gentleman spoke about, they have to use those things. So it may be something that the facilities committee looks at about the safety of the campus. Do we have the proper lighting? Do we have the proper security in the place where we know our students frequent to study late at night?
I want to thank Mr. Frazier for his comments.
Okay.
Have you checked with the police department to see what the incidents of such assaults are on this campus?
No, I have not. I'm actually waiting to see where we're going to go, because also the undergrad campus president, which is Mr. Nick Harris, SUNO's Student Government Association president, also. So we actually have to get together to see exactly what's our statistics in regards to assaults here on Southern as a whole. And that's my next step. And then we're going to go from there.
Yeah. Any other comments?
I'd just like to make a comment that there was a sexual assault study done, and we did receive a booklet on it, and it will be distributed to all the board members, so they will have that information with regards to sexual assaults on the different campuses. My preliminary review of it did indicate that Southern University had some assaults. However, LSU had the highest number, and I think followed by Grambling State University. So it is something that we need to address. There was a complete comprehensive study, and that information will be disseminated to all board members this week.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as to the issue dealing with the facility and property, you know that, that I will be addressing it with the proper people on the campus. And we hope we can handle it in a way whereby I don't have to bring it back to the public. We just go, but I just want him to make a statement and let you see that we got some people on this board that concerned about the safety of everybody. Took his time to go. Just the point, just to illustrate. I mean, I know it's bad. I hate to bring it out to the public, but sometimes we all got to do some things right now to improve the condition on campus. And those things that you pointed out to me as to the facility, we will address that with the chancellor and other people involved, and I will defer that to them and report back to the committee. Information item 8, American Science Building Plant 2.
In keeping with the requirement by the state and by our board, we have to send a resolution to encourage the demolition of our central plant and the multipurpose building, which the central plant was completely damaged during Katrina, and the multipurpose building has now been vacated completely. So, and the footprint of where the multipurpose building is right now is where we're planning on putting our Arts, Humanities, and Social Science building that is coming up in a few next year. So we're requesting the board to approve that. I think that has been done previously by, I think the board has approved this a few minutes ago. The informational item, if I can move on to the informational item, Chairman Dumas.
Yes, sir. B?
The 6A. 6A.
Okay.
Basically, we, as you heard from Dr. Bagayoko, it's important for campuses to be prepared to establish a state-of-the-art science building, and we are moving in that direction as soon. So we're now at the design phase. We should be having a groundbreaking of that building spring of next year. Just as informational item. Thank you.
All right, 6B.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dumas and
members of the
board. You have in your packet an update on a major capital project, just a few highlights. The dorm demo project substantially complete. The buildings have come down. The project was delayed because of the bridge being out, but now they're back to work, and we expect them to take the debris off, and then they're going to fill in and extend some of the sidewalks back in the area. Lab school is under design. Have a bid scheduled for October on the mini dome. University Place construction is basically complete there. Library renovations under construction and in progress. You just heard Chancellor Polo talk about the science building, and there are other projects in design for the Sumo campus. A couple of projects that are substantially complete with the University Center and the library, and ongoing work on the administration building. And the demolitions that you just approved, we're going to move forward with. In terms of SUSLA, we're looking to try to bid the classroom building on the main campus, and to try to move forward with a bid date for the renovation of the Allen building. I guess another note with regard to performance contracting, we have submitted all of the utility data and consumption data to Facilities Planning and Control. They are going to be working with a consultant, to hire a consultant to put together an RFP to help us determine how we can proceed with a performance contract. So that would be a report on update on capital projects, and if you have any questions, respond.
I just had one, but I know Mr. Vincent is not here today.
No, Mr. Vincent is not here. He did submit a report on the Donald Carlisle Wade House, which you should have in your packet. Mr. Vincent had a death in the family, and so he's out of here.
Did he tell you anything about the baseball field?
One of the issues there The project is basically complete as designed. We're working with the city to try to include the batting cage within that facility. And as I understand, the city is agreeable to paying for the construction, but we've got to identify funding to pay for the design, which those costs have previously come out of the foundation and the Millennium Housing Bond, but those funds have been exhausted, so let's see how we can pay for the design of the batting cage.
How much are we talking about?
I think it's less than $15,000, so I don't have the exact figure.
Okay. Just wanted to get Darren a report.
Certainly, we appreciate the donation.
we close, Darren. We close. Okay, I want to thank any quick questions. All right, next is 6C. Oh, I'm sorry. Chestnut?
Yeah, I wanted to make a few comments and say to each and every one that I'm listening, and I can assure you I can't promise a new business building at this point and maybe a science building, but we will definitely look into these items that were brought to our attention today. And I'll work with you and give you the progress, and we'll come back to the board and let them know what progress we're making. I can say to you also that, you know, it's very, very costly. We're down in electricity, you know, the number of electricians we have, but I understand safely, so we're going to have to do whatever necessary in order to make the campus safe. So I'm committed to look at it based on the resources that we have and make, you know, stretch the budget and go as far as we can to make the campus safe. I just wanted to make that comment.
Mr. Appleton? Just to follow up on what you said, in the capital outlay request that was approved by this board last month, you did include a request for $15 million for a new school of business building.
Any other comments? Mr. Lawson?
I guess it's probably Tidewater Foundation. You know, maybe we need to also start working on naming rights. You go to other universities, schools of businesses are named after companies and corporations. I hope we work in concert with corporate America. Maybe it's not a problem calling it the Southern University IBM building or something. But I think we need to start looking at blending ways of funding our facilities. Just a suggestion.
Board vote, I'm sorry.
Board vote. President.
To see just where those physical capital outlay projects will be with that, because I suspect that $15 million is part of that. That's
yes, sir.
Move on. All right. Any other comment? All right, see, update on down Hallway. Mr. Benson's not here. We have discussion on it.
Again, there was a report submitted, and you should have it in your packet, which was Mr. Benson's written update on the Donald Carlisle Way House.
Right. I know, Mr. Braxton. Couch.
All furniture. To my knowledge, I know there's been some review by the internal auditor as well as legal counsel. I haven't seen the results, so I will have to defer on that question. So.
You worry about the house?
Defer to who?
Currently, the audit is almost complete. We are supposed to get a report from Linda Catalan on the status of the audit, and as soon as that's done, I will return that audit to Vice Chair Gann.
Can you tell me what's happened with the couch?
As well, the three couch,
the couch that was damaged, that they won't take back, or will take back?
I'm not very clear as to what the status of that couch is. We did have 2 couches that were not the correct color that have been switched out. A person from the vendor came by to review the couch and did ask us to allow them to make some, I guess, cleaning or modifications to the couch before they would make a final determination. That was the last thing that I knew on that couch.
I guess I'm confused.
I'm sorry.
I guess I'm confused. We talked about this couch, or they will take it back, they cleaning it, or what's happening?
Well, as I understand it from Mr. Vincent, we were going to send the couch back, and then the person who came in from the vendor reviewed the couch or inspected the couch and asked if we would give them the opportunity to correct some of the problems they saw. And then at that point, if we made a determination that those corrections or cleaning or whatever they proposed to do did not happen, then we would have to make a decision to send the couch back. And I'm not sure what, since he's not here today, I'm not sure where they are on that. And that's,
I know it kind of confused me, and I can't say too
and
much.
I'm not, okay.
But what I was lacking, I don't want to stop anybody from asking a question, but the auditor is looking at what we paid for and what we got, what we didn't get. Okay? When that final decision is made, you know, I think this committee may have to do something, or through the chair of the audit committee. And as far as under my committee, I have instructed the lawyers already, but I'm not all the way there yet. Get the paperwork together. You know we got to do some legal work. But that, you know, that's my talking as a chair of this committee. But once we get the auditor vote and see how much we paid, what kind of furniture we got, we look at the invoice. If we didn't get it, we didn't get it. Where the furniture, where the money, we go from there. But right now, I think we're premature to go into a full discussion. Let the auditor finish our work, and then the chair will take it from there. Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes. I think at the last board meeting, Mr. Benson was making his presentation. I asked him who his supervisor was, and he indicated to me that you're his supervisor, Mr. Appleton. Yes. And I asked you who your supervisor is, and you indicated the president. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And today, you nor the president want to make a statement about this. You'd rather wait for Mr. Benson to be present to give a report.
Man, my response was that, similar to what Mr. Dewey just said, is that the internal auditors and the legal counsel have been reviewing this. I have not been privy to the review. So when that report comes out, I'll have more information.
Thank you. Are you conferring with the president on the status with the auditors and with the legal counsel?
I have not received any information on that.
Yeah, I guess I'm being asked to say something. I spoke to Endis and I went and visited the house. There are issues, as I said at the last meeting, with the furniture and the delivery of the furniture. We're waiting to see at the end of the day what it's going to look like. But to a large extent, and I'm hoping I'm not misreading the situation, the Reverend Gant has sort of taken over the investigation and so forth, and he's been working directly with Tracy to sort of make some decisions about what should happen at the house over there.
You're correct, Mr. President. Reverend Gant?
I haven't taken over anything. I've just been doing what I've asked to do, and I've tried to work with Indus, find out where we are. But to make a long story short, there should be some resolution within the next few days, because I think we made it known that we've gone past a lot of deadlines and nothing has happened. It's time for action. I also said to Indus
that we want to dedicate that house in October. Because basically on the house part, I would say we'll probably let, he says 100%, I said 99% because of some things need to be touched up, but I think it is doable. The sign is up and they're uncovered and we haven't covered it back up because we don't want it open until we dedicate it. But I feel certain that we should be able to dedicate the house for our board meeting next month.
In line with that, I would like to ask the legal counsel. I think the deadline for bringing the furniture or money, cashier funds, is 5 o'clock today, I believe. Am I right? All right. So at 5 o'clock, advise Reverend Gant whether or not we have the furniture. We don't have the furniture. I guess we would then know what to do.
Mr. Jones?
It's Clayton.
Yes, my question is to you, Mr. President, or Reverend Gant. I heard you say, Reverend Gant, that we covered the sign. His widow was at the game this past week, and she asked me about it, and I told her I would get with the proper person. Is it possible, Reverend Gant, if everything is to be done this week, that we can dedicate it, just a little brief ceremony for homecoming, when, because of Mr. Wade's, was affectionately, it's a real keen relationship with the alumni. Can we do like a brief deal then to maybe cut the ribbon, let his wife cut the ribbon then, so that all the alums around the country, and if not, I understand we got to wait till October, but.
I have no problem. I have no problem. It would be perfect. Why don't we look at it the first this week and let me get back to, because I have no problem. I hope we could.
Okay. I was asking him about doing some kind of brief deal for homecoming. Thanks, man.
Just found there.
Vincent was over there. There's quite a bit of furniture in there. And I think it was only a few rooms, he was saying, some beds that they were waiting on. But as far as the first floor, they were putting the fireplace in on yesterday. And, he made mention of the dedication, hopefully similar to what Attorney Clayton said, trying to do something around that time. So with the exception of a few rooms, when you walk in it, I would state if you have time to go by there after you leave, it may be open. But that whole first floor was full of had furniture and couches in it.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson?
But I also would like to mention Dr. Wade Nelson and the chief contact of the county. So we decided to be that Dr. Wade form the Wade family. There's a lot of families who are so they probably still make the
Thank you.
Y'all can make it good enough to now if y'all want to. Y'all don't have to wait for something. They normally wait until you die, Tony, but they can do it by Thursday.
What's the name of the building at Old Ball of Time? What is that? TCLA? Okay. Any other business? Come forward to committee. Is it motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Oh, one more. I asked last meeting that we come up with a recommendation. We're still working on it. And I don't know whether it's you, Chancellor, or President's office, or what to recognize Dr. Jules Preston. Hopefully, next meeting will come.
At this time, I recognize Honorable Darren Meyer with regards to Athletics Committee.
The Athletics Committee of Southern University Board of Supervisors hereby calls to order. Can I get a roll call, Mr. President?
Mr. Meyer.
Here.
Mr. Bell. Mr. Braxton. Mr. Clayton. Mr. Fondell. Here. Reverend Gant. Mr. Small. Ms. Smith. Ms. Denbo. That's quorum.
Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? A motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. The opposition ayes have it. Are there any public comments germane to the action item from the Athletics Committee? Seeing nobody come forward, this action item 5A was already approved in Finance Committee. Can I get a motion to approve the pseudo budget for 2014? A motion and a second to approve the budget. Any questions on readiness? All in favor say aye. Any oppositions? I have it. Any other business to come in front of the Athletics Committee? Yes, sir.
I'm going to address it to you, and is the AD here? Yes. I want you, but can he come up? You know, I've called the president the other day, but I've watched the recent news media comment of our comments, particularly Mr. Broussard, Dr. Broussard's comments about his eligibility. Quite frankly, I'm just not satisfied. I mean, for him to say on the news that he spends hundreds of hours, there's no vacation, as if there's some big problem on the university as it relates to this student eligibility piece. Mr. President, I think you informed me that, and Mr. DeQuill, you can concur to this. There's a FERCLA Act, or whatever you call it, that federal act that prohibits us from talking about academics with students, etc. I think that's the answer. That if we can't go into kids' academic background and discuss, I forget the name of it, but it's some academic, then that's the answer, as opposed to as if there's some discombobulation going on with Southern. My question to you, Mr. AD, why can't you get it right? I mean, if there's a kid who is not certified to play, then tell him he's not certifiable. That if there's a transfer institution that has not done what that institution was supposed to do, then that kid can't play. Why let a kid dress out, have folks running around on game day, taking them off of buses, telling the coach? That seems to be no organization, no leadership whatsoever over there. And perception is reality. If we continue to ask folks to send their children here, and then they turn on the night of the news and they see this, this is inexcusable. Starting with you, Mr. Meyer, as the chair of athletic, and you're my friend, but can you tell this board or tell me, has it been fixed? And is it a problem that the Baton Rouge campus has? Because if so, then somebody needs to be held accountable for it. Why do we have to look like this every week on the news?
We're in the process of fixing this. We're fixing this. It is embarrassing. And we all know that. I'm going to let Dr. Broussard address, that you called him up to address the issue. Seems more, he's closer to the denying, but I will tell you, this board, as well as the administration, will fix this problem, I can assure you.
Can you tell me, Dr. Broussard, I don't want to violate any purple or anything. I don't want to hear anything about the students' academic piece. What's the problem?
Well, it's nothing. Thank you for inviting me up to speak to it. We've spoken with Dr. Mason, spoken with Chair Meyer about it as well. We've met extensively about it on the Baton Rouge campus. The process of certifying the eligibility of student athletes is not self-contained within the athletic department. It's a process that involves collaboration across the university. So we have to collaborate with faculty, staff on the campus, and the decisions that are made about those students, which we don't comment upon publicly student by student. We commonly refer to FERPA and the protections that are afforded to students, so we don't drill down with each individual student. But each of those individual decisions is a decision made by the entire campus. So as information comes in real time from the faculty, which is then used, cross-referenced with the information that we have from academic affairs in the athletic department, and then goes through a certification staff for review. If at any given time in that review process there are any inaccuracies, anything that needs to be cleared up, any revisiting that needs to be done on those student profiles, we have to go then and revisit per student each of those decisions. So as we make decisions on any of those students, we reflect that information or communicate that information to the coaches in real time. On some students, we work up until the very last moment because as new information comes in, if we receive a red flag from the NCAA, we have to go then and review those students' profiles. We may get a notification on a Friday afternoon or Friday evening, or we have to come in an emergency status on a Saturday morning and review each of those individual student profiles. So we communicate with the coaches as much as we can, and our commitment remains on this campus all the way up to the chancellor to not play ineligible players.
Who's responsible for having the kids certified before game day?
The process goes through the university certification team.
Who's ultimately responsible? Is it not you, sir?
No, sir. Yes,
are you standing before this board as our athletic director and telling this board and the rest of the world that the buck doesn't stop with you when it comes to playing certified players on that team out there?
What I'm saying is that we were told by the NCAA, as per NCAA best practices, that the certification of eligibility for student athletes not in with the athletic director, that it be shared by the institution.
And my last question, Mr. Meyer, and it's the same question, that that student has to come through you before he gets on that field. The fact that we played that game in ULL, the kids that played who were not certifiable, did we forfeit that game?
No, for that game in particular, with the students that are under review, what we determined with that game.
Listen to my question. The kids that played that were not certified, the ones that played, did any of them play that were not certified?
We have not determined that yet.
You sure that?
The university committee has to determine each one of those students.
I'm going to just exercise my common sense and exit out of this conversation. The buck stops with you. So if the school, somebody from the Baton Rouge campus, if you don't have the necessary paperwork, if you don't have what you need, you tell the kids you cannot play. It stops with you. Because we can point the finger to the guy who fixed the air conditioner, but it stops with you. We have to have somebody that we can hold accountable for. Everything stops with him. But we also know that you're the AD. Are we going to be faced with the same thing this Saturday and for homecoming about questioning whether our kids are eligible to play?
We continue to refine the process and ask for deadlines to be given to the coaches earlier and earlier in the week. We did submit some students for reinstatement to try to provide that information to the coach before the game. But we have the university certifying. Thank you, sir. We do have the university certifying official communicating with the coach further in advance of the actual game competition on Saturday to make sure that we don't have those problems in the future.
It appears to me, Mr. Meyer, we look like, I don't understand what he's saying, but it seems like we're back at it again. Are you assuring us that it's fixed?
Attorney Clay, we're taking care of it.
All right, thanks.
I assure you. Chair Lady Denver.
Request that I had made to the chair of the athletic committee as well as to you, Dr. Broussard, about the policy on the $2 fee. Where are we with that?
I spoke with the chair of athletics, and the decision that we made jointly was to table that for this year, to introduce the fee in the middle of the year for individuals who wanted to purchase tickets for away games. We didn't want to not charge that fee for the first 2 away games of the year, and then all of a sudden start charging it in the middle of the year. So we'll continue to work on the process, and we'll submit it for next year where we can introduce the policy to everyone and communicate to everyone well in advance of the season.
Attorney Dewey.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
I know we got a governance committee, and maybe we need to pass a policy. Let me tell you what happened. And I think I've taken it seen long enough. We as board members, if that's a situation that we know about, I call Mr. Appleton, I call Linda, call Matt, call Ag Center. When I have a question, I call him. If I can't get the answer from him, I call the chair of the respective committee. Now, I'm not defending anything about anybody, but I think that's the wrong signal sent to the public. With all this going on in the paper, to have the athletic director up here asking questions, some of the athletic committee, you're saying that it's a matter of taking care of. It's just a matter of getting on the phone and calling them, have all the private conversations we can have, and none of this will be in the newspaper. We bring this on ourselves. Okay, so what I'm saying, get mad with people when you come up, things like that. I'm, like reading material. It's that. And come up to, I don't know what's going on. I mean, golly, what kind of board are this? We are board members. We're looking at for this institution for the students. And as a point of public privilege, I refer something to the committee and see another thing that I would like for this committee, whatever, who's the chair of the governance committee?
Ms. Ann Smith.
Another thing is that, and if I get married with me now, but I'll say, I saw something came out in the newspaper in New Orleans about the president endorsing certain candidates. Well, things like this, we need a policy. And what I'm saying is that we need to go. We need to stop. In the public doing certain things. The reason why I'm saying I got a lot of policy about it. I don't know any policy of prohibiting anybody doing anything.
Who you endorse, Ron?
Mr. Fraser.
All right. Good. All right. For those of us who are not in athletic compliance, I guess my question is, why are we certifying players every week versus before the start of the season?
We do certify in advance of the season, but some of the information that we require from students, sometimes students have to get in information. Sometimes we submit reinstatements on students to the NCAA, and we have to wait word from the NCAA to get rulings on those particular students.
So if we're waiting on information at the beginning of the season, we haven't gotten it. Why are we still allowing them to get on the field and play, or even practice? They shouldn't even hit the practice field if they're
practice eligibility and competition eligibility are two completely different determinations.
So are they passing the practice eligibility?
Yes.
And not the actual
competition eligibility.
And how soon can you basically get that a determination that they're eligible for competition? Why are we waiting a week prior?
For some students, again, if the student has to get in additional information, or if we're waiting word from the NCAA on a reinstatement, or if we're waiting for an NCAA interpretation, sometimes those decisions are delayed. So
how do we allow them to dress out for the game, even if there's a red flag or something to that effect? I read something in the paper also where two players actually were dressed out. They walked to the middle of the field. They were captains, did the coin toss and everything else, but they were pulled right after that because of that. So I guess my question is, how do we prevent that from happening?
Again, that's continuing to work on the communication between our university compliance director, who is the ultimate certifying authority, and the head coach. That the ultimate rule for us is to prevent them from competition. So if they go out to flip the coin at 5:45 and we're able to get a final determination before 6 o'clock, then they're eligible to play.
Mr. Fraser, with all due respect, when we have another committee conference call, I'll invite you to be on it so you can know what's going on. I don't think it's appropriate to do stuff right now. So I'll definitely invite you. You can know what's going on. But the process did start on July 27th, not the week before the game. Mr. Lawson.
I was thinking about the decision not to charge a fee this year. That fee was approved by the board, supervisors to charge. I guess it's the question of our legal counsel. Should we suspend charging that fee until next year just to kind of cover ourselves? Because theoretically, aren't we supposed to be charging if we pass a motion to charge the fee? For parking pass.
Point of clarification, are you talking about the parking that we passed?
The parking.
Well, once the board passed the motion for the fee, why would it not be charged?
The $2 fee wasn't voted upon.
No. The point of clarification, the $2 fee was supposed to come back to this board meeting. The parking was passed, and I think Mr. Lawson is talking about the parking.
I'm talking about parking.
We made several attempts. The challenge with us charging for parking involves all of the businesses south of parking. So we cannot fully close the campus off to charge for parking unless we're able to negotiate with all of the businesses south of parking. So we would have either had to buy each of those individual lots out or negotiate with each individual owner of those lots and be able to put ourselves in position to close the campus off to charge for parking.
So we weren't ready to do it. So my question is this: should we go back, since we authorized you all to charge and you're not charging, suspend that this year? Are we in compliance by not charging?
Well, I can tell you the background to closing the campus. After the board approved the parking fee, there was an issue with the businesses on the other side of the hump. The road has been rededicated to Southern from the city. We were contacted about a week ago to issue a title opinion on whether the road is still a public road, which is really the determinant factor in whether Southern can close it to the public. And we've requested the abstract on that already. We haven't received a result from the abstract. But after the board approved the fee, we were asked to do a title opinion on the road.
From the city to the university?
We were told by Ms. Woods that they believed the road had been rededicated to the school. They weren't certain, so they asked us to get an abstract and issue an opinion.
We stated it wasn't city, state highway.
Okay.
And it was transferred from the state department to the university system.
Okay.
So the road is really in control of Southern University system. That's why we were able to close it off
be able to secure the campus. So this discussion,
Okay, well, we were told it was uncertain, and we were asked to pull, basically to research all the filings on the road.
You're not going to find any in the city. Go try the State Department. Okay. Mr. Hendricks?
Mr. Clayton? So you put forth a motion for us to pass, charge folks $10, and you have just sui sponte, you just suspended it. And you're not doing it after we pass it. Because you said something about closing businesses shut down. Is that what you're doing now, Mr. Athletic Director?
No, we worked through.
Never mind, forget about it. I think
Because we worked all the way through the university committee, all the way to the chancellor to make a recommendation, and.
My problem is when this, I'm sorry, when this board passes something, you don't do it, you gotta come back and tell us you didn't do it. And if you didn't do it, we need to hear why, so we can correct the motion. That's my position. I don't think we have a motion out there enabling you to do something you don't do it. Yes, let me say that. I agree with you.
Let me add some clarity to it. We passed the motion without there being clarity with regards to the usage of the road and also the businesses that are on the other side of Harding. When that problem was discovered, the chancellor immediately called me and said, we have a problem, we're not sure, and we'd rather proceed with caution rather than do something that could be to our detriment. So I agreed with him. I said, research it, find out what it is. And so, yes, I did. I did tell him, but he did advise me of it, that there was a problem. I am somewhat concerned that sometimes when we bring things to the board, it's not fully vetted or flushed out. I would ask that when things are brought to the board, that they come in a very completed fashion. But if at any time any of the administration or anybody finds that there's maybe something that they've missed or they hadn't flushed out, I can see that they called to ask about, what to do. I was advised of it. It was me that said, I understand why you're not implementing the fee until you feel comfortable with it. And so that's exactly where it stands. So I was the person who advised the chancellor to flush it out before actually implementing it to avoid any kind of problems. Yes, Mr. Clayton, it was me as chair, and I did have that discussion with Mr. McClinton, so that does not fall on Mr. McClinton or Dr. Broussard.
Can't read my thoughts, Madam Chair. You don't know what's going on in his head. Sometimes lonely up there.
President Mason?
A point that I think needs to be made about these student athlete eligibility. Remember, there's student athletes, and when it comes to whether or not they're eligible to play in athletic competition, it's not a question of athletic department control, it's a question of institutional control. So that what happened in this particular case was that the athletic department in good faith felt that these students were eligible to play, and then we hired a compliance officer, which we were required to do by the NCAA. The compliance officer came in and put a magnifying glass over everything that was done and identified some students that he wanted to be very, very cautious about. And the ultimate call on whether or not those students played was really the chancellor's call in consultation with me, because the athletic department is always going to advocate that they be on the field, but the institution has to make the final decision whether or not they're out there.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Yes. Dr. Broussard.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate your counsel with Mr. Meyer on the $2 policy. However, this extends from last year. And so I'm going to ask you and Mr. Meyer to please present a proposed policy to this board next month. And even if you're not going to implement it until next year, this board needs to review it, and it also needs to be vetted. So I would ask you to continue to work on that and not wait till the last minute to present something to the board next year when we can do it this year. Thank you so much.
And that's a $2 fee for visiting game, away game.
Yes, Mr. Meyer?
I'm just trying to clarify.
Well,
I'm just trying to clarify, because that's why it wasn't brought to this meeting, because we already had 2 away games. We already had a away game, we have another one this week, so that's why it wasn't brought back up.
well, it's been an issue since last year, Mr. Meyer. You and I have spoken about it, so.
Madam Chair, the issue is with Bayou Classic. Madam Chair, Madam, with all due respect, the issue last year was with Bayou Classic, not the regular game. This is a separate issue.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's not. Well, then let me clarify the issue
All right.
that I would like for you. The $2 issue became a Bayou Classic issue because of where the money was going, how the money was being allocated. That is not what the policy should be about. I wanted a policy to indicate and to absolutely dedicate that $2 fee to something other than a personal benefit to employees on this campus.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so that's the policy.
It still was 2 different issues. I get your point, but it still was 2 different issues. The issue regarding where the money was going to, and the issue for $2 fees for visiting games is more of an athletic budget issue. It's 2 different issues. I just want to clarify that.
You're going to get removed.
I'm sure. I'm sure, but I need to clarify that.
Well, the policy should include both. What the $2 fee is going to be implemented for, away games, home games, whatever it is, and also what that $2 fee, the collection of that money, where is it going to be spent? Where is it going to be allocated? Because I do have a problem with money being collected off of football tickets that are being allocated or expended for a personal benefit to an employee. Thank you.
Any other business?
I want to ask you, President, will the school board be done by, will the school board be done, the new school board by homecoming or the next home game, and the windows, Mr. President, will the windows be in by the next home game?
Well, first let me see if Alfred's here, because he's the one handling the scoreboard project. My understanding is that it will be ready by homecoming, although he was having some problems with the vendor that they were trying to work out. And then on the windows, candidly, I haven't checked with Endis in about 5 days. But my understanding was
that's scary.
My understanding was on that issue. My understanding was that they'd be ready by homecoming.
Okay, thank you.
Any other business? Can I get a motion to adjourn? Okay.
Mr. Walter Dillons?
President, can I get a roll call?
Mr. Dumas.
Here.
Mr. Clayton.
Here.
Mr. Bell. Here. Reverend Gant. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Meyer. Dr. Tarver. Reverend Tolbert. Ms. Denbo.
Here.
That's a quorum.
Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Probably move in second. All in favor, say aye. In opposition, public comments.
Hello, I'm sorry, this is actually an old agenda item. I actually just got here. My name is Felicia Hawkins, and I just wanted to introduce myself to the board. My company is providing the furniture for the Diamond Wade House. And
I'm sorry. And meeting is full.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself.
Okay. All right, public comment. That's it. Number 5, information item concerning regarding the North End Zone Stadium extension.
Yes, sir. I have requested that this be placed on the agenda, and I'll tell you that I have been in constant communication with our attorney, Mr. Winston DeQueer, who is launching his own investigation, for lack of a better way of putting it, as well as the president. He and I have spoken about it, and I think that it's premature for me to, for us to get into it now. I think they have a full grasp of it, and they're working on it, and at the appropriate time, when they finish, I'll ask that we put it back on the agenda, but it's in the investigative stages now, and they have been in constant contact with me, both of them, about what they're doing with it.
Okay.
There's nothing to report now.
All right. In legal terms, if you don't hear from them with a reasonable time, can you let me know?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So I ask that we pass this or defer it. I so move.
It's done. At the discretion of the chair.
I like that.
Other business?
I move we adjourn.
Thank you.
Let it be said and let it be done by the Honorable Walter.
From now on, put everything on ahead on the back.
Student Affairs Committee, Mr. Fondell. Yeah, Mr. Fondell, could someone please get Mr. Fondell first, so he can chair his. Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. President, please do a roll call.
Mr. President, Mr. Small, Mr. Clayton, Mr. Grayson, Ms. Smith, Reverend Toll, Ms. Denbo,
Here.
Ms. Cora. All right, thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Motion to adopt the agenda.
I so move.
Second, been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll move on. Any public comments? Being none, we'll move on to informational item 5A, update on the centennial celebration. And as I'm speaking, I think board members will be or should be receiving a rundown of what all is going to be going on. And we're going to ask for someone to come up and give us some information.
Good, good afternoon. Anyway, hello. Whether it's afternoon or morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Margaret Ambrose, and I serve as Centennial Chair for the celebration of our 100th year on Scotts Bluff. To Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Mr. President, chancellors, ladies and gentlemen. I know that the time is well spent, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. When I'm done, if you have questions, I'll be happy to entertain them. We have completed the first half of our centennial celebration, and we believe that it was very successful. We had 2 pre-centennial events and 4 centennial events. All 6 of the events can be deemed a resounding success. During a 5.5 month period, we raised $260,000 for scholarships for our students. We're very pleased with that, and for those of you who contributed to that rather intense fundraising effort, we thank you deeply. We are eternally grateful for what you've done. For those of you who have not contributed yet, I know you're happy to know that it's still not too late. I speak to board members and administrators and all of my colleagues behind me, and any up here too, so you know who you are. We are in the second phase of this drive, and we put out hundreds and hundreds of personal letters. We put out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails. We're using social media. I am appearing in person to address persons. The fundraising effort is for a very worthy cause. We're already spending some of the money that we raised to help students who need from a couple of $100 to maybe $1,500 to finish their financial obligations to the university. So we think that's a very good cause, and we're glad that we have a reason to celebrate. As I listen to all of the challenges and the problems and the issues that we have, Southern University has still survived on this bluff for 100 years. And while we may not be here for the second 100, at least I know I won't, then we believe that it will be here for the second 100, and we hope that you will support this effort. And we want you to support it not just by monetary contributions, but by your presence at some of the events. As I have been speaking, I think that the Division of Student Affairs has ensured that you received a copy of this poster. For the second half of this celebration, homecoming will be the focal point. You notice the word colossal used. I didn't choose this word, but I know what it means, so evidently something big is going to be done during the homecoming. Generally, homecoming celebrations would be for a week, but I have been told by Dr. Dumas that this will be a 2-week celebration, so evidently it's going to be colossal. Read the details and you'll find out what we're going to be doing here. We're also in the process of completing a centennial commemorative booklet. This is being done under the leadership of our Media Relations Office with the assistance of our University Library and of the Centennial Chair. We hope that we will have a product that you will be proud of. We're doing other activities as well. I won't discuss them now because some of them may or may not come to fruition, but if they do, you will be hearing from us. Please support this effort. We have until December 31st, 2014 to close the year-long celebration. Our hope, though, is that whatever you decide to do in terms of support, all of you, that it will be a recurring action. Southern doesn't need support just for this 100-year celebration. We need support over and over and over again. And I thank you for this time. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask me at a later time, when this is over, I certainly will be happy to entertain them. And you will be hearing from us individually, all of you, and I hope that you will take the time to respond. All of you who have already responded, thank you again so very, very much. Many of the students are already enjoying your contribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ambrose, and thank you, and you're committed for the work that you're doing. As you do know, this is our 100th year centennial celebration. It's a 2-week-long process. Wanted to make sure that it was part of our public record here moving forward. And we ask for everyone's participation. If you're able to attend, there are going to be a lot of activities that start, as you can see on the calendar that she's given us, within 2 days. So, just wanted to make sure we had a record of that. From this point, we're going to move on to information item 5B, incoming freshman weekly activities update by the campus. Would Dr. Dumas, if you would, come up, please. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman Campus, President, members of the board. You have in your possession a copy of the schedule for Welcome Week activities that took place on the Baton Rouge campus during the week of August 10th through 16th. Very, very intense week. A formal introduction for all students into the Jaguar Nation that engaged parents and students alike. We have a short video to show you that we just captured some of the moments of Welcome Week and the activities that it entailed. So in just a second.
Cold, so I can't.
rain. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. Hot air balloon, make with those fakes. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like a home without a roof. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy on the phone if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Give me all you got, don't hold it back. I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like a home without a roof. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy on the phone if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't do it. Bring me down, love is good. Bring me down, can't do it. Bring me down, I said. Bring me down, can't do it. Bring me down, love is good. Bring me down, can't do it. Bring me down, I said. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like a home without a roof. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy on the phone if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy on the phone if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't do it. Bring me down, love is good. Bring me down, can't do it. Bring me down, I say. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like a home without a roof. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy on the phone if you know what happiness is to you. I'm happy on the phone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like a home without a roof. Because I'm happy on the phone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy on the phone if you know what happiness is to you. I'm happy on the phone if you feel like that's what you want to do.
The last photograph that you saw, that's the class of 2018 in Mumford Stadium at night, spelling out HBCU and SU18 with glow sticks. The lights were also, at some points, it was a little difficult to see. But that's in pictures. Welcome Week in a nutshell, the We Are Southern campaign that we have launched. That's been a success so far to also support and undergird the efforts of Ms. Ambrose and the Centennial Celebration. The registration process that I'm proud to announce was once again as seamless as it could be. We did not make the news. Students did not experience long wait times. So certainly kudos to all involved, teamwork, and that collective effort, that success was a result of teamwork of the Division of Student Work, the entire campus, but supported in large part by the Division of Student Affairs and Enrollment Management. Secondly, you have been provided the posters by Ms. Ambrose, and if I don't know if you all want to, there was another, but it's down now. I'll email you all the link to a very short homecoming welcome video that encourages all of our alums, stakeholders, current students to come back and join us here on the Bluff for our colossal centennial homecoming celebration that will kick off on Sunday.
All right, well, one quick question for y'all. So just to highlight just a couple of things. You have student ambassadors that work along with the kids as they go throughout the process. One of the highlights of this week was it started on Sunday, August the 10th, and it's on the third page of the booklet that we have. And there was a list of activities that went on from Sunday all the way to the following Saturday that basically kept the kids engaged throughout this process prior to classes being started. Helped them and gave them an idea as to, can you kind of elaborate a little bit more?
Well, Welcome Week is basically a follow-up. You know, they all come in, all first-time students are required to come in and participate in Jaguar New Student Orientation, where we get them acclimated to financial aid processes, residential housing, and all aspects of the university. So in most cases, when they return back for Welcome Week, they're able to engage once again with SGA, to move into their dormitories, we do campus tours to once again make sure that when classes start, they're able to locate their campuses and navigate around the campus as best as possible with our assistance. We do currently have about 50 student ambassadors. Some of them are right now on the road in Houston recruiting. We've been started a recruiting tour last week. So that is a student-led, student-supported initiative where we engage. We firmly believe that there's no person better to tell the Southern story and to recruit for us than those current students who are satisfied with their experience. So they're out doing that. And Welcome Week was in large part sponsored by the ambassadors that you speak of. And of course, you can see it was an eventful week. They didn't get much rest. And but we got them settled in time to be in class on time that following Monday morning.
My belief we've come a long ways. I can remember back in the 80s when I first got to Southern here. I may have told you some of this story that my experience here in the spring semester when it was cold was one that was when I went to the F.G. Clark Activity Center and sat for almost a whole day and realized I was in the wrong place. Had to come back across campus. So I concur with you. Our students are our biggest recruiter, and this is something as over 25 years now. Me being out of school can still remember to this day, and it's something that they're going to have. So I do commend you on what you've done with this and moving forward. So thank you. We're going to recognize Ms. Smith.
Okay. I would just like to say, next report, perhaps Dr. Dumas will give us an update on the recruiting process that he's using. It's very motivational, and it does go hand in hand with the student affairs activities. So, Dr. Dumas, I would like to say congratulations to you and your staff on the hard work that you're doing, both with student affairs and with recruiting.
All right, thank you. We're going to ask Ms. Donna Grant, Dr. Grant, if you would come up, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Donna Grant, Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs at SUNO. Welcome Week at SUNO sounds much the same as at SUBR. We want our freshmen to be acclimated to the campus, and we start out with, of course, freshman orientation. And during freshman orientation, we wanted to give out a lot of facts, pertinent information that they need in order to make them ready for classes when they start, know what all of the correct procedures are. We talked to them about dropping and adding, registering for certain classes, talking to their advisors, staying in touch with their advisor, and letting them know where to reach these people who are going to be very important to them during the 4 years that they're matriculating through SUNO. The SGA sponsored a social in the evening. It was like a meet and greet to give the freshmen time to get to know each other away from the academic setting. We had a workshop where we had the nurse come in to talk to them about certain medical conditions that sometimes students have and let them know exactly where to go, if they do have a problem. We talked to them about students with disabilities. the campus police had a session to talk to them about campus safety, how to remain safe on campus, and about campus parking. We also had a meeting with them, the students who were living on campus, to talk to them about do's and don'ts when it comes to your roommates. Because those of you who lived on campus, even if it was a long time ago, if you had a problem with a roommate, I'm sure you haven't forgotten that. So we wanted to talk to them about that because the idea is to get them off to a great start so their college days will be memorable, even if it's 50 years from this year. We have freshman assembly classes where we have scheduled various departments to go into the freshman assembly classes and talk to the students on various topics such as the study skills, managing your finances, dressing appropriately for interviews, dressing appropriately for classes, and certain events that are on campus, and many other topics that we think would be pertinent for them. We talk to them about how to teach them how to calculate their GPA, and like I said, all of the necessary information that you need to be off to a good start in school. We stress to them the importance of going to class on time, and being prepared for class. During that first week, we also give them a tour of the campus so that they'll know where all of the departments are. We schedule appointments with the various deans so that they'll be able to put a face with the names, and the deans can also address the students and tell them, you know, about what's going on in the different colleges on campus. We have the different organizations speak to them to give them a brief synopsis of their organization. Even though we know they're there to get a degree, but they're also there for the social aspects. So the organizations and the Greeks also address the students and let them know what organizations that we have on campus and what the requirements are for them to be a member. And I guess that's it in a nutshell. You have a list, I think it's about 2 pages that we compile that you have already listing all of the activities that we have for them.
All right,
Any questions? Thank you.
All right, Dr. Grant, thank you very much, and I do appreciate what it is that you're doing. We're going to ask Dr. Belton, Chancellor Belton, if he would, to address incoming freshman activities at Sussex.
Yes, Dr. Wade.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, most honorable members of the board. You know, it is really an awesome time for us at Southern Shreveport to welcome our freshman class. And not only do we welcome our freshman class, but we also welcome our returning students, because what we've realized a long time ago is that we always have to re-court our students. And for us, that's important, and for us, that's what we do. You have a copy of our documentation, and you can see flyers of some of the exciting activities that our students love. On Monday, we had an opportunity to give students an overview of clubs and organizations that they can get involved in. And of course, you know the research that says that when students get involved on campus, they are more likely to stay on campus and with us at Southern. They were offered welcome bags with trinkets and things to really get them physically acclimated into the Southern, into the Jaguar Nation. Of course, refreshments, and on Tuesday, had the Women of History Trivia, which was really exciting, had some heavy competition there. The Royal Bells meeting on Wednesday, a Wild Out Wednesday, had a chance to have some fun and get to meet their peers and engage in that way. And we had our election convention, which gave our freshmen a chance to see the various elected positions that they could participate in so that they can hold an elected office and take part in the governance of the student body. And on Thursday, we had the Race Your Mouse competition games and the rock climbing wall to give them some physical activity. And you know, we do this not only during Welcome Week, but we would continue activities throughout the semester. And you know, that's why Southern University at Shreveport has been successful, because we've realized that, you know, engaging students not only in the classroom, but marrying that with the out-of-class experience is very important. And that's why you can see that in our success. That's why Southern University at Shreveport has the highest retention rate in not only the state, but also the nation. And right now, if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them for you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to any other business. No other business, we're going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So,
Moved and seconded.
all right, at this time, I'll call to order the Southern University Board of Supervisors, Friday, September 19, 2014 meeting. Please, Mrs. Secretary, may I have a roll call? And before you do that, Ms. Joseph, could you please let the other board members know that we're about to start the full board meeting?
Y'all voting on anything I need to be against there?
Yes, at this time, I'd ask for a roll call, Mrs. Secretary.
Ms. Denbo,
Present.
Reverend Gant, Mr. Bell, Mr. Braxton, Mr. Clayton, Mr. Dumas, Mr. Fondell, Mr. Fraser, Mr. Hendricks, Dr. Kelly, Mr. Lawson, Mr. Meyer, Mr. Small, Ms. Smith, Dr. Tarver, Reverend Tolbert. That's 4.
Item 3, adoption of the agenda. May I get a motion to adopt the agenda as written? Moved by Reverend Tolbert, seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the agenda is adopted. Public comments, number 4. Are there any public comments?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Rosalind Richardson, a professor of social work at Southern University. My comments are in reference to item 5B1, specifically approval of personnel actions on positions greater than $60,000. We stand on a legacy of being a student-centered, nurturing university. And almost every month, this board speaks to the importance of retention, recruitment, program quality, and growth. However, what you do speaks so loudly that often it's difficult to hear or believe what you say. If recruitment, retention, and quality are so important, funds must be allocated in ways that bring us the biggest return on our investment. That means placing funds in areas that are directly related to student outcomes and student success. One way to do that is to ensure that we not only have a sufficient number of faculty and staff, but that they are adequately and fairly compensated. Currently, there is a climate of exploitation within the Southern University system. That is, we are in an environment in which 2 categories of personnel, namely faculty and staff, continue to be diminished and demoralized in order to elevate, reward, and compensate administrators. This practice simply must end. As you consider the administrative salaries on today's agenda, I urge you to remember your fiduciary and ethical obligation to be responsible stewards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Albert Samuels, Vice President of the Faculty Senate. I'm once again rising in reference to the recommendations of the Personnel Committee report. I want to make sure I understand what you're about to do, are proposing to do. We created in June of 2014 an organizational chart for the Baton Rouge campus. That was done by the board in violation of SACS, criteria. We have been advised by SACS that they are investigating that, and that they got some questions to ask us about that. But now we are on the verge of making salary adjustments to a structure that we might have to change anyway. And explain to the faculty what sense that makes. Especially when you continue to tell faculty that you don't have money for their salary adjustments. That's all I have to say.
Madam Chair, honorable members of this board, my name is Jola Bagayoko, Surrey University System Distinguished Professor of Physics. I am coming to express to you the fact that I recognized the way in which you agonized over this item during the committee meeting. And I also recall in particular Honorable Clayton references to some particular individual who I happen to be an admirer of because of the absolutely fabulous work I know Mr. Clark to do whenever and wherever he is. The one who is supposedly associate for enrollment management. And I'm coming to say that I did express to you the need for this blueprint for faculty raises and the necessity of doing it. But I'm also at the same time saying that I do want to support my chancellor. And here are the reasons. They're very simple. Maybe somebody missed it, but he made the point that we have to have the staff, the strength, and everything in this area in order to have the enrollment, to have the retention, and that is absolutely what does bring the revenue. I know that because I know about the SCH and I know about student fees. So the question becomes for me to have the board therefore tell my chancellor that who I do support. Well, Mr. Chancellor, that seems to be like a good plan actually, but just make sure that as of today, that this plan is working as intended, because Bagayogo and others certainly will be watching carefully that we do have the work done in that fashion, because if that is done, in fact, this is the way to go, because it won't go without enrollment. Faculty raising won't come without enrollment. It will not happen. Budget-wise, I know that much. So I'm therefore told here I am. We need raising. We haven't had any. Some other races are coming, but I'm saying here, hello. Maybe those are the ones that will make some other possible. So take care. You see my dilemma. I'm not saying one way or the other, but I do want to support my chancellor and the young man Clark, who I have been admiring for a long time for the work he does. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other public comments, we'll move to action 5A, minutes from the August 22nd, 2014 committee meetings and August 23rd, 2014 Board of Supervisors meeting. I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes. Moved by Mr. Braxton. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Frazier. All in favor say aye. Is there any opposition? Motion passes. The minutes were accepted. Item 5B, committee reports and recommendations. 5BA, Academic Affairs Committee. Are there any motions to discuss? It's moved by Dr. Tarver, seconded by Mr. Meyer. All in favor say aye. Not voting. Mr. Dumas will abstain from the vote. Seeing no opposition.
I have a academic affairs A, number 8. I'm not saying. That's first. Oh, so I'm first. Some action.
Okay, we may have a conflict, so there may be, let's let the record reflect. Okay, yeah, that's on personnel, yes. Mr. Lawson, is there a concern? Okay. All right. Do you need to abstain to anything, Mr. Lawson? Do you need to abstain? No. Okay. All right, okay, great. We'll move to action item 5B2, Personnel Affairs Committee. There's an abstention from Mr. Walter Dumas with regards to one of the personnel issues, as well as Mr. Myron Lawson. Correct? Yes. All right. Is there a motion? Yes, Mr. Clayton.
Myron, you had a motion to make? My motion would be that that on item 5.2b that we pull out we defer all of the matters that are dealing with the reorg plan that's under review by SACS, and we defer any motion on those matters until we get a determination back from SACS, and we pass the other matters. That's my motion.
That motion is made by Mr. Clayton and is seconded by Ms. Smith. Is there any opposition? Yes. Let's do a roll call vote on that. Question on the motion.
Well, we'll bring it up then if SACS lets it through, then we'll approve it. We'll do whatever we got to do then. But I'm deferring on it until we get something back from SACS, which is same thing you asked. I'm deferring on it until we hear from SACS whether or not, just as Mr. Abbott Sam says, whether or not we're in compliance or not. So I'm just deferring on it so we won't have to redo it again. I'll restate it. The motion is to defer on those items that are germane to the reorg plan that's currently under review by SACS and the university, and the other items dealing with the faculty are moving to pass.
And Ms. Smith, you're second. Yes.
I'm hearing him say that, are we within the SACS guidelines with all of these positions and salaries? That's what he's asking, and I'm seconding the motion that anything that's dealing with SACS that's not within the guidelines of what we're doing, then we would like to wait on that part of it. Anything else goes. Everything else goes.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that brings up a concern because you understand that even though we've already passed Dr. Hamer's position, that he was a part of the reorganizational plan.
His position wouldn't have anything to do with SACS.
And it's not on this agenda. And even more so, we need a band director no matter what.
I just want to make sure that everybody's clear that
I'm
position.
very clear. My motion deals with what's on the agenda today. Appreciate you, though, Madam Chair. As
Yes.
call for the vote.
Not on that.
Yes, Reverend Tall.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we would adopt the items that are being left out in the original motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
We take a roll call vote? Roll call vote on the substitute motion.
And that is that he's trying to pass it the way it is. Okay, we'll vote on that.
Yes.
So my people who would have been with my motion will be against this motion. All right.
Well,
I'm sorry.
His motion is to pass all of the personnel matters, every last one of them in blow.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ms. Benbow?
Yes.
Reverend Gant?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
No.
Mr. Braxton?
No.
Mr. Clayton?
No.
Mr. Dumas? That's an abstention. Mr. Fondell? Mr. Fraser? Mr. Hendricks?
No.
Dr. Kelly? Mr. Lawson?
Abstain.
Mr. Meyer? Mr. Small? Ms. Smith?
No.
Dr. Tarver?
No.
Reverend Tolbert?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, then we go back to the original motion.
Is
the matters that are pertaining to, on the SACS review, part of the reorg plan, but to pass the other motions pertaining to the faculty and the other folks.
Okay. All right. Can we have a roll? Oh, yes. Mr. Small.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, sir. Absolutely not.
Well,
Yes, it does.
It does. Because what he's saying now, Mr. Small, he's gonna pull out everything that he voted that he was opposed to when he asked the question. With his motion, all of that will come out.
Can I explain my motion to you? Your question is, will it undo what just failed? What just?
No, he said the committee, in the committee.
What he just put forth failed. My motion is to defer on any matters germane to this reorg SACS review. Any of those matters, to defer those until we hear back from SACS and pass the other matters, allow the other faculty and the other folks to go through. That's my motion. I think it's simple this day. I ask for a roll call vote, Madam President.
yes, but his deferring, to ask, if his motion fails, then it won't be deferred. Yes, Mr. Woodicor.
I was just going to say, for purposes of clarity, since we're talking about personnel actions, would you have the president identify which ones specifically would be deferred? Because I want to make sure the motion's clear, just the numbers.
Sure, and I want to ask the Chancellor to verify what I'm looking at here. It seems to me it's number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 15, and number 16. Is that right, Flange? Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, and 16.
16 is not. That's plan is adjustment. Not 16.
No, it's not. He says his intent is to defer, and then we can bring it back. Am I correct?
Mr. Lawson, I think you clearly. Yeah. All right.
Is your intent to defer it until approval is given from SACS?
Absolutely. There you go. Thank you. That's better. So I ask for a roll call vote then.
Wait, question? Yes, Mr. Small.
As of now, you were saying that things are being pulled out that are against, you think could be against the SACS convention.
Yes.
Okay. And so the things that we voted on were to take effect immediately, right? And now you're saying, no, we're going to pull those items out.
I'm completely confused, and I apologize. Well, let me say it again. My motion is the items that the president just went over, which are items subject to the review of SACS of our passing of this temporary reorg plan. Those issues, those salaries those positions that we're attempting to fund, I'm saying let's defer on those until we hear back from SACS. The professors, the job shift appointed the professors, allow those to go through.
Basically, do you want to defer or not defer? That's his motion as I understand. Yes, Mr. Fondell.
Move forward what we did in committee, correct?
If it fails and the other substitute motion by Reverend Carver fails, then there's nothing. I like just to vote on my motion now for clarity. I could just vote it down if you're not for it, Mr. Fondell. I want to vote on my motion.
And motion. The last motion to approve everything failed, so nobody's approved. This motion is to approve everything except the ones named that are related to the SACS reorganization.
Thanks for that Columbia degree, yes.
Is this the president's motion or your motion, Mr. Clayton?
It's mine, but he's on the clerk.
You want to adopt what what the president said?
Yes.
Mr. Clayton wants to adopt what the president said in his motion.
Right. That's my motion is intent exactly what the president. Roll call vote, please.
All right.
I will call for the roll
you're right. I apologize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clayton. Are there any other questions or debate with regards to the motion? Yes. 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 Okay, now we will call for a roll call vote.
Okay, Ms. Denbo,
No.
Reverend Hand, Mr. Bell,
Yes.
Mr. Braxton,
Yes.
Mr. Clayton,
Yes.
Mr. Dumas, as an abstention, Mr. Fondell, Mr. Fraser, Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Dr. Kelly, Mr. Lawson,
Same.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Mr. Small, Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Dr. Tarver,
Yes.
Reverend Tolbert. 8. Yes.
Motion fails. Yes, and Reverend Tover. Yes.
But he was only abstaining on one issue of the Personnel Affairs Committee agenda, one of the items. He's not abstaining on all the rest, so maybe we need to pull that item out and vote on it, and then vote on the other one together, because he's just abstaining on one issue.
Madam Chair, please exercise your position as chair and correct.
Well, at
correct
this
that.
point in time, we have two motions
you.
that have failed. The committee recommendations stand, and we will talk to well, they don't stand, but they're still here. So the committee, none of the positions are.
That's correct.
Right, exactly. So none of the positions are approved. Yes. We recognize Reverend Joe Gant.
I would suggest,
of the committee actually voting on them individually, that the board simply, to solve this issue, consider them individually, and then the ones that are approved, and the ones that aren't.
It's time. Yes.
Attorney, okay, Reverend Tolbert's substitute motion was to approve the committee.
It was a motion to approve them all in globo. And that motion failed. So what the
So
board.
if we do it individually, we can bring it back up, but we can't bring back up the global unless you're on the other side.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. A motion in globo would be a motion to reconsider, but the committee actually considered them individually. The board could bring them up individually.
Yes, Mr. Clayton.
Totally, with all due respect, disagree with you on that. You can't circumvent. He made the substitute motion. When he made the substitute motion, he just fatally killed it. It's done. He can't bring it up anymore. He can't just go back and, if it looks like a duck, it's a duck. He can't call it something else and say, I'm doing it under this. It's the same deal. He cannot circumvent the process. His motion failed. Right now, we move on. There's nothing that we can do on the personnel committee. We move on. We take them one by one, by twos or by threes. The bottom line is it's done.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Reverend Tover.
Was I on the prevailing side of the personnel committee? No, we're on the board.
Yes, is there a motion to reconsider? Is that what you're getting ready to tell me, Winston?
No, a motion to reconsider Reverend's, well, the only way Reverend Tolbert's motion could be reconsidered would be through a motion to reconsider.
Yes.
But considering them individually wouldn't be reconsidering the same motion.
So we could consider them individually now.
Yes, you could.
Well, I move that we consider them individually.
Well, actually, there would have to be a motion for each one.
Okay, that's what we need to do.
Well, are there any motions?
Yes.
Okay.
Go back to the committee sheet.
All right. Chair will entertain motions. Are there any motions with regards to Personnel Affairs Committee?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we would consider items 5A, 15, and 16.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
His motion is, he said we're gonna go through it and go back to him again.
That's right.
His motion is for agenda items 15 and 16. That's the only motion he
Yes or no? That's the only motion.
5, 8, 15, and 16. That's what his motion is.
Yes. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Reverend Gant, can I have a roll call vote? Yes, Mr. Clayton?
I mean, the lawyer tells him to go one by one. Now he's taking two.
Well, there's no objection. I mean, you can't tell him not to, he doesn't, he can do two. It's his motion.
Well,
let's vote against me, Mr.
Okay, yes. So, can we have a roll call vote? Mr. Tarver, Dr. Tarver has a substitute motion.
Before you do that, can I ask another question? Madam,
Yes,
Madam Chair,
yes.
since you're conducting this,
Yes.
on 15 and 16, one of them is Dr. Dumas and the other one is Mr. McClinton. Dr. Dumas falls under the reorg plan. In my opinion, Mr. McClinton doesn't. So if I'm voting on two items, one within the reorg, the other without, why are you making them both go? It's in conflict with everything you talked about. Just you been here, Madam Chair.
So you don't, well, I never knew that we defined McClinton as being a part of the reorg and Dr. Dumas not being a part of the reorg. Was that a definition or something that you proposed?
Trust me, the chancellor position at Southern is not part of our reorg. It's been there. It's been here since I've been, and maybe I'm being too funny, but the chancellor position is not part of the reorg plan we passed.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We are in relationship to the sex.
Yes.
I told them.
Well, actually, it was a delegation. It was an organizational chart that was a discussion document that talked about the delegation of authority. That's what the chart was. Yeah.
He's putting two items we want to vote on together. Two different motions. All right.
So I was trying to look at exactly what is it.
This motion has never been made before.
Yes.
Still missing it. You understand the problem, Madam Chair? One person is in the reorg bill that's before SAC review, and the chancellor position is not.
Yes.
So when he makes a motion to vote for two of them at the same time, I can't vote. I really want to vote for Mr. McClinton, but I don't want to vote for the other. So I can't vote for his motion because it lacks clarity. So if he rephrases his motion and he makes it one at a time, as the lawyer told him, I think he would probably get to where he's trying to go.
Okay,
That's just me. I went to a small school across the river.
I did too. It was real small. Mr. Attorney, is my motion proper?
There's nothing improper about the motion.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's a proper motion.
Yes. I'd like to recognize Reverend Gant.
Madam Chair, we are talking where we talked about the other day. And as long as we stay here, we're gonna get a do nothing board like there's a do nothing Congress in one. The only thing that really bothers me about the whole thing, is all of a sudden in the morning discussion, we keep hearing this stuff about SAC. I just want this board to go back in your mind to where it first started. You've been a president for, our agenda went out on Wednesday. We got a letter from SACS on Thursday. The board agenda went out on Wednesday. We had a letter from SACS on Thursday on this campus. You've been a president. What I'm saying to us, this is a smoke screen and you can buy into it. It just, before you can badge, this is a spokesman. We have an answer prepared for SACS. I don't know what SACS is going to say. SACS did not say to us in writing that we could not proceed to operate as a board. Under your tenure, Mr. Tarver, I'm sure there have been some things you had to deal with. But they didn't tell you to stop moving just because it was there. I think what we're saying now, we're going to let what we think may be stop us from moving forward. What we're about to do today is that we are going to take this whole institution and put it on hold because of a spokesman. And I want each of you to think about that. And that's why I'm very upset with this president. Because like I said, I've been on this campus every day this week, and he knew that I was representing the chair. Nothing was said to the chair. Nothing was said to me. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. I'm going to be honest with you. I tell everybody, I don't have any voices in the race. My thing, somewhere in this, we talk the talk, but somewhere we want to talk about being student focused. But we got to really look at, and I think what we're doing now, we are creating barriers to ourselves. Me and you sat on it for longer than I have. And everything that we're doing, we set the parameters up. But then when it becomes convenient, then we start circumventing those parameters we set. Or we act like they're blurry and we don't understand. But the only point I'm saying, and I close, is that I just hope that we'll look at the whole picture, think about the history of where we are, and let's be honest with yourself. And if you could go to bed tonight and sleep, let's see, like you see in the mirror, and vote that and let's move on.
Okay, Madam Chair, so we can stop this and move on. I withdraw my motion, I make another motion. The first one I want to make is that we consider item 5A15.
Can we please have a roll call vote on action item to approve action 5A15?
That would be automatic, Madam.
Ready? 5A15, Ms. Denver.
Yes.
You seconded it. We're taking a roll call vote on the motion.
Yes.
Yes, there's a motion by Reverend Tall, second by Reverend Gann, and I've asked for a roll call vote on action item 5A15, the personnel action of Dr. Brandon K. Dumas, Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Enrollment Management, continuation and new appointment at a salary of $140,000. That's what the motion is.
Ms. Denver.
Yes.
Reverend Gant.
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
No.
Mr. Braxton. Mr. Clayton.
No.
Mr. Dumas abstains. Mr. Fondell. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Hendricks. Dr. Kelly, Mr. Law. Oh, Mr. Hendricks, I'm sorry. I didn't see you behind Ms. Smith. Dr. Kelly, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Meyer. Mr. Small. Ms. Smith. Dr. Tarver. And Reverend Toby.
Yes.
7, it fails.
The motion fails. Now we can move on. Is there another motion with regards to the Personnel Committee?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 5A16.
Is there a second? The motion is moved and seconded by Dr. Tarver, and ask for a roll call vote. This is item 5A16, Flanders McClinton Jr., Acting Chancellor and Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration, new appointment and continuation at $200,000 with a $20,000 housing allowance. I guess we won't know until Sachs actually replies to us and responds, according to Mr. Clayton.
Ready?
Yes.
Ms. Denbo?
Yes.
Reverend Gann? Yes. Mr. Bell? Yes. Mr. Braxton? Yes. Mr. Clayton?
Yes.
Mr. Dumas? Yes. Mr. Fondell? Mr. Fraser? Mr. Hendricks? Yes. Dr. Kelly, Mr. Lawson? Yes. Mr. Meyer? Yes. Mr. Small? Yes. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Dr. Tarver? Yes. Reverend Tobin? That passes.
Are there any other motions? Yes, Mr. Clayton.
I make a motion that all of the positions that are not, strike that, I'm gonna go back in.
Yes.
You're right. I'm struggling. I withdraw it.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Tarver. Motion is moved. There's a second by Ms. Smith. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Denbo?
Yes.
Reverend Gann? Mr. Bell? Mr. Braxton? Mr. Clayton?
Question, so I'm voting on number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, Dr. Paul? Yes. I just want to know. Yes.
Mr. Dumas? Mr. Fondell? Mr. Fraser? Mr. Hendricks?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson? Yes. Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Small? Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Dr. Tarver? Yes. Reverend Tobin? Yes. Passes.
Thank you. Any other motions?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Tarver.
Number 6, 8, 9, 10. I guess I can answer the question. Is number 7
I don't think 1 and 7 are, right? 1 and 7 are not.
Okay, so my motion would be 1, 7, 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Moved by Reverend Tarver, Dr. Tarver, seconded by Ms. Smith. Can I have a roll call vote, please? Yes, you can have a discussion.
That Dr. Peoples would come and answer a question, please.
Yeah, 8 is in there.
Dr. Peoples, I just maybe want some information for clarity.
Yes.
I keep hearing about the SACS review on some names or positions, and it's not on other names and positions. Is that correct? That there's a SACS review that's underway now on some of the names on this sheet, but it's not on other names on this sheet or positions.
I have not reviewed the, are you mentioning the SACS report that they're discussing here today?
Yes, ma'am. I keep hearing a SACS review is
Right.
on this position.
Right.
But a SACS review is not on this position.
Right.
And as academic officer, I was trying to find out from you, did we have that in writing from SACS that these are the positions that are under review?
I think Mr. McClinton probably could answer that. Has been in receipt of some information that we have not had a big discussion about, but Mr. McClinton may want to discuss that.
Okay. Basically, the question was on the reorg. And I think what the board is doing is they're looking at the items that were considered, that were moved on the reorg. If you're looking at that, then you could say that's part of SACS. But these particular individuals, these offices were moved. So, I mean, I haven't spoken with SACS. In terms of the letter that I received, they did question the organizational chart, and they also questioned Dr. Dumas in particular, but they didn't get into the detail of any of these folks other than Dr. Dumas.
See, and that's, no, that's not gonna help what I'm asking them. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I understand that. I understand that part, but my question was simply, I keep hearing that certain positions are under review. And you understand what I'm asking, Mr. McClinton? I'm just trying to find out. It sounds like what Mr. McClinton is saying now, that whatever communication you got from SACS was questioning the reorg plan and only specifically, particularly in reference to the position of the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs and Enrollment Management. No other position is even under review in the reorg plan.
That's correct. That was the position that they questioned. The only thing I'm saying, they did question the reorg.
I see.
Reverend again.
Let me ask you a question I think would help us out. The reorg plan that's questioned from SACS, the one that went into them, is it not so that that is not the plan that the board approved? The one that's in there, isn't that the old plan that they're questioning?
When they sent the information to me, they sent the one that the board approved.
The last one we approved?
Right, the one that was approved, I think, on June 29th or June 30th. That was a part of the packet. They sent its documentation.
It was the last one.
Right.
Well, if that be the case, then I need to talk to you because our response is totally out from that, if that be the case.
So I'm saying they didn't question the plan, they just included that document in there as a part of the documentation.
Robert Rules of Order, ending this debate or whatever this is, and finish with the vote. I think there's a procedure allows me to do that.
It's a call for the question.
It's call for the question.
It's not debatable, we got to vote on the call.
I represent the 4th district attorney like you, and I can represent my people. You see how much play it is? He can talk for 2 days. And time somebody else wants, he want to invoke some rules. I'm not going to let you do that to me. I'm going to talk to you if this is not at all. But I'm not serious. I'm trying to get some clarity on this.
Madam Chair.
Get this clarity on sir.
Madam Chair.
Give me a minute, if you will.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Reverend Gann is out of order. That's been a call for the question.
I ain't
According to
getting
Robert
no-
Rules of Order, we should vote on the call to the question. And if we vote to let him keep talking, he keeps talking.
Okay.
That's the best way to do it so we can shut Mr. Tony down next time.
Too many preachers.
Is that right, Mr. DeQuinn?
That's right. But what I'm trying to get is very important. What I'm trying to get is
I withdraw it. I want my friend to talk.
Yeah, okay, come on back up. Back and respond again.
Okay, the document they submitted to us, you know, you have a reorg plan at first.
Right.
We researched and went and discussed. There were certain areas that were moved back under the chancellor.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, they attached that reorganization plan. Well, they attached the original reorganization plan. In our discussion, we said to them that some of those items were moved back to, you know, the plan that was submitted at first, when you all had your discussion. And maybe what we should do, I can go pull it out.
Let me explain. Let me explain it. What they questioned Okay, but what their question, hold on, what their question is, remember when we had the discussion, and the president said there were some things that would probably be a SACS violation if we moved them from under the academic dean to where we were trying. So we put those pieces back.
That's right.
We put those pieces back under them. But the thing that they questioned, Dr. Tarver, they got that plan before we put those pieces back.
Okay, that may be so, but my motion had nothing to do with any of that.
But no,
Because these positions.
I know, but not you, but I'm trying to get us clear. When they talk about the plan, and there are some folks in their word, they did not, they didn't even have, they wouldn't question the plan per se. All thing I'm trying to get is that if a lot of people are voting out of emotion because they're scared what SACS is saying, but I want them to have full disclosure of what SACS is questioning.
And I want you to know that I didn't make my motion out of any of that.
Oh, I believe that, I know.
Okay. I didn't want to punish all these people for what we're doing. I wasn't going to punish anybody. But I was trying to just get people out of it so they can go on and go ahead.
Yes. The chair will recognize, have you concluded? Yes. Yes. I want to recognize Chancellor McClinton. Yes.
Okay. I want to clear this up. Basically, what I'm saying is that we had a reorganization structure. One was presented. At that point, that particular structure had certain areas moved into student affairs. Then after we recessed and went into, had a break, you all discussed it, there were certain offices that were moved back to under the chancellor, move them back to the chancellor. The problem is that these offices that we are talking about here were not offices that were really moved back under academic affairs. Those offices were not moved back. They stayed under the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Enrollment Management. Those areas stayed. They're still there now. They were there in the beginning, they're still there. The ones we moved back was athletics,
Public relations in the registrar's office.
That's correct.
Thank you. This is Dr. Tarver's, Dr. Tarver, yes, Reverend Tarver.
I know Dr. Tarver is saying this has nothing to do with his motion, but he's making his motion because of that. That's why I was discussing it. He wouldn't be making this motion if he felt these things that he didn't include were not under SACS review. You know these are not.
That's the only thing I'm talking about.
But you're making the motion like that because there are some others that you think are under SACS review instead of doing global. Okay.
Let's get it right. And you're close to it. And just hold on this piece right here and get these out of the way. Then,
And you leave the others out because you think they're under SACS review.
Well, that's not even, that is not even germane to my motive for doing it.
Do we have,
Because it's possible. No.
Madam Chair, do we have any transformational positions that are under SACS review?
I'm not sure.
Well, we're talking about SACS review, so I mean, if we start using that ruler, then it's the same thing.
Yes.
Dr. Mason can answer.
Yes.
Let me talk, Mr. Clayton, like you want to talk. Okay. So.
Well, when nobody, when the rules are not followed, everybody has to be given the same latitude. So, at this point in time, Dr. Tarver has a motion, and I believe he received a second to his motion by Ms. Smith. And is there any other comment or discussion?
Dr. Mason was getting ready to say something.
Dr. Mason, would you like to be recognized?
You don't want to talk anymore?
No.
I'd like to
Okay.
hear what you say before I vote. About transformation. I knew that would get you going.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna ask for a roll call vote.
I'm not somebody read somebody's mind.
Please, no, please call roll call vote. Yes.
Bell. Yes. Braxton. Clayton.
I'm agreeing with Leon, I think, yeah.
Mr. Dumas. Pondell. Fraser. Mr. Hendricks. Dr. Kelly. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Meyer. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Dr. Tarver.
Yes.
And Reverend. That passes.
Okay, the motion passes. Are there any other motions coming out of this agenda item? There are no motions with regards to 5A, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We just dealt with 2. No, 2 was not included.
Make a motion that we pass item 5B, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in global.
Wait.
I'm sorry, am I correct?
Yeah, yeah, please, Mr. Clayton.
I withdraw.
Thank you very much. I'm asking if there are any other motions with regards to the other personnel items. Seeing no motions, if there are no motions, then we'll move to the next agenda item. Yes.
I don't know if it was oversight. There were some leaves and a salsa plan in there. Okay, were those meant to be? Because you didn't.
I'm asking for motions. Nobody's giving me motions. Is there any opposition to 5B and 5C in Globo? Seeing no opposition, they pass. Action item 5B3, Finance Committee.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I respectfully ask you again, can I move that we pass item 5.3, Finance, 5B4, 5B5, 5B6, and 7 in global?
Is there a second? There's a second. Do I need a roll call vote? No request for a roll call vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, those items pass. 5C, resolutions. Dr. Mason, where are they? Thank you.
The Kaylee Laney Perry family. Ms. Perry, a senior at Southern University A&M College, departed this life on Thursday, September 11th. The Gloria M. Handy family, Mrs. Handy, mother-in-law of Mrs. Patricia T. Handy, administrative assistant receptionist in the office of Assistant Vice President of Finance and grandmother of Mr. Troy Handy, motor equipment operator in the physical plant at SUBR, departed this life on Friday, September 5th. The Lanny B. Molo family, Ms. Molo, an alumnus of Southern University and A&M College, departed this life on Saturday, August 30th, and a congratulatory resolution for Reverend Samuel Tolbert, who is president of the National Baptist Convention of America International Incorporated.
There a motion to accept the resolutions? Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. No, see no opposition. Resolutions passed. Informational item 6A, System President's Report.
Yes, I've passed out a written report. I won't take up your time. I just ask that you make part of the record, and also try to focus your attention on the second item, public records, internal audits, and requests. That's something that you may want to read and consider in the future.
Campus reports.
Yes, Madam Chairman, you have my report. I don't have anything to add.
Yes. Dr. Upolu.
Thank you. You got my report, but I just want to thank the board members that, the President that came down, Vice Chair, Mr. Dumas, Mr. Small, and Mr. Meyer. Actually, graced us with their presence yesterday during our restoration ceremony. That went very well. So thanks for showing up. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Chancellor Belton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I again just want to acknowledge the fact that Mr. came down to join with us today.
and to express my appreciation to the board for your kind consideration in light of our request. Just wanted to give you a heads up as well. We were just notified that the university was recipient of a $875,000 grant from the Department of Health and Human Services, and the purpose of it was, or is, to establish a HIV prevention and intervention program that will serve African American college students and non-collegiate students in Northwest Louisiana. So we're pleased to report that a member of our faculty actually drafted that grant proposal, and we should be getting some public or press releases out to announce that good news.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Chancellor. Chancellor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have a very comprehensive report of action and activities that are being conducted throughout the state. We should take the time to read it there. I have no comment.
Yes, Chancellor Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, you had my report. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Yes. Item 7, other business. Is there any other business? Well, as chair, I need to make an announcement. I will be putting out a press release this week announcing a search committee for the president of the Southern University system and the chancellor for the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. Mr. Frazier is not here, but I have discussed with him about being the student representative. Also, Dr. Miller's not here, or anybody from the Faculty Senate. Please stand. Yes. Thank you so much. Please bring this message back to your colleagues. We do want a representative from the Faculty Senate, and not just the Faculty Senate here in Baton Rouge. We'd like for you to collaborate, and I'm going to ask the chancellors to talk to their Faculty Senate and have you guys get together and select a representative to serve on this committee. And if at all possible, I would like to have a response this week. The announcement will go out with a representative from the Faculty Senate to be named at a later date, but that representative spot will be maintained on the committee. But please collaborate, chancellors, get with your Faculty Senate. You guys work together in the spirit of cooperation to select a representative to serve on the committee. Yes. Pardon me? No, one Faculty Senate representative. Yes. Thank you. Also, I'd like to announce that I've asked the newly elected president of the National Alumni Federation, Mr. Preston Castile, who's here, please stand, to serve on the committee, and he has given me a commitment, so he will be a part of the press release, and I absolutely appreciate him. Thank you so much, Professor and Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The other members of the committee will be announced. I will have at least 4 to 5 board members on that committee as well, but please look for the press release that we will put out this week. Any other business? Yes. Mr. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, last thing I'd like to say in leaving today, you know, the statement was made earlier during part of our deliberation that we've got to have a ban. When I was on this board before, I think one of the things I argued about that we would spend 6 months selecting a football coach and never read the PAL on a teacher. If you think we just got to have a band, let me tell you what you do. Put that band in that stadium every Saturday night. Let them play. And don't have a football team out there. The whole thing I'm trying to say in a nutshell, it takes all of us, all units working together. And this is my personal statement I'm about to make. It's going to be a long drive for me back to Shreveport today. Let me tell you why. I'm accustomed to losing votes, but you know, somewhere it bothers me when we say to people, you're doing a good job, but just keep doing what you're doing. And I just hope that when we leave here today, that we will really see what we've done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other business? Is there a second? Can I get a second? Okay, get a second from this side, Mr. Fondell. Yes, all in favor, say aye. Seeing no opposition, Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting is adjourned.